learning goes west, or in the Chinese version, 中学西渐, the reception and development of traditional Chinese thought in modern Europe, North America, and beyond. This workshop is sponsored by the journal Prism, now in its 3rd year, and it's hosted by Lingnan University in Hong Kong. And it's the 5th and final symposium of the project 中国文明传播史, or the dissemination of Chinese culture, conceived and led by Professor Yuanxing Pei of the International Academy of Chinese Studies at Beida in Beijing. We held the first symposium in the series at Beida in August 2019, and recruited all of you to go there for this workshop when it was originally scheduled in spring 2020. Obviously, that didn't work out, and after several postponements, we ultimately decided to go ahead in this virtual format. We're very grateful to all of our speakers for sticking with us through these tribulations of the past 18 months. And as soon as travel becomes possible again, we will definitely reconvene in a follow-up meeting at Dayatang in Beijing, where we look forward to meeting everyone in person. So Cai Zongqi, my co-organizer and also the editor of Prism, is here, and I think he'd like to say a few things to get us started. So,
hi, Steve. You have already said everything I want to say, and I really don't have much to add. Just say hello to everyone, and it's so good to see the old friends and meeting new friends online. And I'm sure we're going to have very fruitful discussion on the subject that may appeal to a broad audience. I heard more than 100 people have registered for the event, and even half of them show up. That would be good. I hope the paper, and I'm sure the paper will come together nicely as a coherent volume, and after our discussion, and after being inspired by our fellow presenters and audience, and then we can put together a coherent volume. The first volume in the series has already passed peer review and is now being prepared for final production. So, and I hope this volume will follow suit and will also go smoothly. So, without much ado, and I just want to open the floor, give the floor back to Steve and to the participants. Thank you and welcome.
Thanks, Zongqi. So we have a very rich set of presentations ahead of us, and only a little over 3 hours to do them all. So we need to get started. And each presentation will be roughly 15 to 20 minutes with about 5 to 10 minutes for Q&A afterwards. So if you have a question or comment, please raise your hand electronically, or if you're visible and with your real hand, or go ahead and post a question or comment in the chat box too. That's open and ready to be put to work. But before we get started, we had a suggestion that everyone, all the presenters, please briefly introduce yourself and tell us how to pronounce your name, so we know how to do that right. So maybe I should go, since I know who is presenting, and both yesterday and today, today and tomorrow. So I'll just call on you to please give us a very brief self-introduction. So Chunjie, could you start?
Okay, hi. Yes, thank you so much again, Steve and Zongqi, for organizing this wonderful workshop. I'm very glad to be part of it. My name is Zhang Chunjie. I am Associate Professor of German at the University of California in Davis. Yeah, I worked on German 18th century, European Enlightenment, and right now I'm trying to write a book on a global intellectual history of Confucianism. If it is, doesn't sound very strange or still kind of not very firm yet. So yes, that's why my talk tomorrow will be about Max Weber, so the German sociologist, and his reception of Chinese tradition. Yeah, so that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Chenjie. Angelo.
Hello, my name is Angelo Catteneo. I work in Italy at the National Research Council, and I am very much interested into historical cartography from the 13th to the 17th century, and to the way Asian religions and languages were learned or disseminated into the European cultures. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, could you go next? Marty, please.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm Marty Powers, professor. Oh, am I on? Yeah. Professor emeritus at the University of Michigan, but now residing in Chicago. Just last year, I published a book with Routledge, China and England, the Pre-Industrial Struggle for Justice. It's about the way that English reformers and radicals made use of Chinese texts and ideas, especially those that had been translated, those policy documents, Zhoujiang, Zhouyi, that had been translated into French and English, and how they made use of those in their attempt to reform the British aristocracy or do away with the British aristocracy. So that's that.
Thanks very much, Marty. Jiaru, why don't you briefly tell us how to pronounce your name?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Zhang Jiaru, and I teach at Brooklyn College, CUNY in New York. And I edited a couple of books, and one is Taiwanese eco-criticism, and the other one is Chinese environmental humanities. And basically, I'm an eco-critic. And right now, my co-presenter, Professor Kurt Spellmeyer, and I are working on sort of a modernizing Yogacara Buddhism, Wei Shi Xue, and we try to develop the idea of a Yogacara therapy. And this is our first collaboration and sort of attempt to bring Yogacara into a more sort of applicable, more practical use. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Dan, you're next.
Did you call on me?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, hi. So I'm Nan Da. In Mandarin, it's Da Zhang Nan, and I am an associate professor in the University of Notre Dame in the Department of English, where I work on largely 19th century American literature, literary theory, and exchanges between China and the US. The paper that I'm giving tomorrow will be on Chinese tragedy. So part of the gambit of my work is that you can trace the past and future of China-West relations through the epistemic problems that are inherent in literary criticism. So we'll be hearing a little bit about that mostly on Qianzhongshu. And that will be part of the next book project, which is called The Tragedy of Disambiguation. And it's largely a comparative project, but the coverage will stem from Qianzhongshu all the way to contemporary Chinese diasporic literature.
Great, thank you. Jean-Yves, you're next.
Okay. So yes, try to do something. Okay, can I you see me? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
In the screen, yes. Or do I have
Yes.
to do something? Yeah, okay.
No.
So my name is Jean-Yves. So I am associate professor at Filial Catholic University in Taiwan. And I recently published a book on Orientalism, Occidentalism, and Universalism in French in Paris. So it's a book about Orientalism, in postcolonial studies. And mainly my topic of interest is how Chinese learning is received among philosophers and French and German philosophers. So, for example, paper on the Journal of Chinese Philosophy on Hegel, understanding of reception of Chinese philosophy. So it's more or less my topic, yes.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you. Ellen, you're next.
Hi, everyone. It's nice to see you on our platform, and so sorry to not be able to be doing this in person. I am currently a faculty member of Design History and Material Culture at the Arts Center College of Design, and previously was a curator, and there's actually a show that I just organized that opened sadly during the pandemic, so kind of strange for a person who enjoys working with objects, but it is about the concept of clouds in Chinese and broadly Asian artifacts, and it's on view at the Ackland Art Museum at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And I'm sure because of travel, I haven't even really seen it, the show in person. And but I work in my research on the medium of ceramic and porcelain in particular, and I will be presenting on a variation of that, a sort of tangent that came out of my current book project about Jingdezhen in early modern global history tomorrow. So nice to see you, and thank you to the organizers, Steve and Professor Zongqi.
Great, thanks, Ellen. Nicolas, please, next.
My name is Nicolas Standaert from the University of Leuven in Belgium, and I try to specialize in the context between China and Europe in the 17th and 18th century. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference.
Thanks. Kurt, you're next.
Hello, it's really my pleasure to be here. I'm not an East Asian specialist. I'm an English professor. Much of my research is in rhetorical studies, but I'm also a Buddhist priest. I'm also a Chan priest, and I'm very interested in Yogacara thinking and Buddhist philosophy, and I've published on that a bit. And so Jaru and I have a long association from her time as a graduate student here at Rutgers, and we're doing some, I think, very exciting work on Yogacara and ecology. I think it has a big contribution to make in the West that I'd like to get started on. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Kurt. Dinu, Luca, please, you're next.
Hi, and thanks for having me. My name is Dinu Luca. I teach at the National Taiwan Normal University. I work mostly on Chinese Western contacts. I have published a bit on this. I'm interested particularly in perceptions of the Chinese language in the European imagination and in European sources at large. And the paper I'm going to deliver a bit later continues a long-term interest in such contacts, specifically on Taoism and the Laozi. And thank you again.
Thank you. Martin, the other Martin this time. So that's next to him. We're just briefly introducing ourselves. Thank you. Can you hear us? Yes. I don't know why we don't hear you. Well, maybe we'll come back to you later. You're up in a few minutes anyway. So I think that's it. So we will go ahead and get started then with our first presentation. Angelo Catteneo will speak on the topic of learning or rejecting the Chinese language, a socio-historical study of multilingual interactions in the context of the European missions in China and the reception in Europe, 1550 to 1700. So please, Angelo, take it away. And you can share your screen. You should be able to share it as one of the co-hosts.
Yes. And I will do it immediately. Thank you. Just 1 second that
Sure.
I share the screen. I think you should. Can you please confirm that you actually see the presentation?
Yes.
All right. So, first of all, thank you for this invitation. While preparing this paper, I have changed the title because I think it matches much better the way I've been developing the topic that you just announced. So the title is In Asia with quotation mark, Marco Polo. I mean, Marco Polo as somebody who, like the Franciscans, went to the territories of Mongolia and China in the 13th and the 14th century, and the quotation mark, the Jesuits. So as a group of people, mostly missionaries, not only the Jesuits, in fact, who had a personal experience or had personal experiences in China, let's say 1570, 1580 onward. What changes? Some reflections on the space of languages, 1250, 1650. This is the outline of my presentation. First of all, I would like to present what I call the ecumenical paradigm between the 13th and the 16th century, in which, or according to which, Mango and Catteneo were situated within, so inside, the oikumene of the ancients. And then a second part in which Mango and Catteneo were understood or imagined within what I call the New World paradigm from the 15th to the 17th century. And finally, I would like to very briefly tackle the issue of the way in which missionary orders, early modern missionary orders, in particular the Jesuits and the Dominicans, created a new way of placing or locating China within the globe or within a world view, including a layer that was somehow mostly, if not entirely, missing in the other two paradigms. Having said this, I would start reading my paper. Well, the first images in the literal sense of visual, graphic, and or geographic Western representations of the territories that deals with the spaces of the Chinese civilizations can be dated back to the end of the 14th century. The famous Catalan Atlas from around 1380 is one of such important examples. And then from the 15th century. These holistic images of the ecumene, that is, the part of the earth considered habitable, inhabited, and knowable by human beings, are largely based on sources representing Asia that originated at the time of the Yuan dynasty, 1279-1368, and whose influence in Western cartographic sources and not only cartographic sources, lasted for almost 3 centuries after the fall of the Yuan dynasty and the advent of the Ming dynasty. Among these documents, by far the most important is the world map of Fra Mauro, designed in Venice around 1450. This is a fundamental image of the world, as some structural and structuring spatial concepts are established and made visible. They determine, or at the least influenced, the understanding of the territorial reality of Mango and Catayo, we would say China, anachronistically, up to at least 1600. Just a word on Fra Mauro. He was active in the monastery of St. Michael in the lagoon of Venice, facing one of the shores of Venice, the northern one. And he was known during his life as cosmographer without equal. He died around 1460. What we observe in Fra Mauro is a visual, graphic, and geographic transformation of textual odeporic sources to travel sources, ancient, medieval, and contemporary sources with respect to Mauro, that mostly deals with the territories encompassed by the Yuan dynasty. Some crucial ideas detectable in Mauro's map define extremely long-lasting phenomena in Western understanding of the territories of quotation mark China. We can trace them in sources mediated by European agents, even those who actually visited these territories until at the least 1600, if not later. The knowledge achieved and aggregated by European travelers at the time of the Yuan dynasty, as in the case of Marco Polo and the Franciscan friars that reached China in the framework of their mission to the Mongols, influenced Western sources for about 300 years after they reached Europe. Fra Mauro is a clear example of a source that, designed around 1450, and this that you see on the screen is the part with Katai and Manji, and it's taken by a recent digital edition I have curated with the Museum of Science here in Florence in Italian, English, and Chinese, is the space that Fra Mauro attributed to Cataio and Manji. So I was saying, designed in the middle of the 15th century, this is a clear example of the way 13th and early 14th century sources were mobilized to represent, let's say, South and Northeast Asia, Katai and Manji. First of all, you can see that Katai and Manji are understood as part and in continuity with the oikumene of the ancients that follows Pliny and Ptolemy's India Prima, India Seconda, called Machin, and India Terza, called Chin. So first you have India Prima around Persia, then you have India Seconda, that is also called Machin, referring to Arabic sources. And then you have India Terza, third India, that is called Chin, again, through Arab sources. And after that, the territories that lays beyond, but also included in the ecumene of the ancients, are called Katai and Manji. So, overlapping and integrating the geography, let's say, of Alexander the Great, of Ptolemy's geography, of Pomponius Mela cosmography, with 13th, 14th, and 15th century auditory sources, in particular, Marco Polo, Livre de Marseille, or Nicolas de Conti, Relatio, 14th century, or even Nicolas de Conti, travel accounts. Nicolas de Conti was a contemporary of Fra Mauro, who spent some 24 years in Southeast Asia. By following Marco Polo, Mango and Cataio includes, and I quote, thousands of cities. Only in the Mango, Fra Mauro wrote, there are 1,200 cities. These are very influential pieces of information whose influence lasted for centuries. And these cities were depicted as the wealthiest and the biggest cities or port cities in the world, such as the port city of Zaiton in the Mango, in southern China, we would say. This is a representation of Mango and taken from Mauro, and of this very dense representation of cities, bridges, and funeral monuments, and roads and rivers. A second fundamental, long-lasting, influential concept established in the map of Mauro concerns the inclusion of the territories of Cataio and Mango in Southeast Asia maritime trade circuits that, starting from Java Major and Java Minor that you see on the screen, headed north towards the Oceanus Cataicus, so the Cataicus Ocean, and towards the south, they push towards the Sinus Gangeticus and the Mare Indicum, the Indian Ocean properly speaking, up to Ormuz, the gateway to the Persian Gulf, and Aden, the gateway to the Red Sea. In other words, to the continental territories of China, connected to India Prima, Seconda, and Tertia, Qin and Machin, Mauro added a maritime framework that inserted the Chinese ports into the maritime networks that, according to Mauro, formed the largest maritime commercial network in the world. Mauro's main objective was precisely to link the Mediterranean Sea basin with the Indian Ocean and the seas of Southeast Asia through an immense and then only conjectural sea route to overcome the interruption of the caravan routes that followed the fall of the Yuan dynasty. It is a fundamental concept that Fra Mauro emphasizes in long and very detailed legends, written legends, close to Java, and through the first, into quotation mark, realistic conjectural representations of Chinese junks, which he calls Zonki, so Zonki Chunk, da India, so Indian junks, based on Marco Polo and Odorico da Pordenone textual or written description. This is the place where all these information are described, and I'm going now to read them with you. A most fertile island, Java Minor, let me just change I cannot read otherwise. I'm sorry. A most fertile island, Java Minor has 8 kingdoms and it's surrounded by 8 islands. And on this side, Java grow ginger and other noble spices in great quantity. And at the same time, at the time of harvest, all that grows on this and the other island is taken to Java Major. And there is divided into 3 parts. One part is sent to Zaiton and Katai, another to Ormuz, Sid and Mecca by the Sea of India, and the third is sent northward across the Sea of Katai. So if we place this inscription on the map, we obtain this kind of interconnected trade circuits. And if we look instead to the image of the map, to the images inside the map, we see clearly these enormous ships that are called by Mauro Zonchi da India, Indian junks. In fact, they are derived from Polo's description and can be regarded among the first Western representation of Chinese junks ever. Maybe you're not familiar with Italian, but if you just compare 4 albori, this is from Mauro's text, 4 masts, and you can see them on the image, 60 rooms and un solo timon, 1 rudder, you can grasp these pieces of written information into Marco Polo's text. And what Fra Mauro did was to try to imagine, to provide a kind of realistic, although conjectural representation to this description. This is important for us because it was a way to frame Mango and Katai into the Southeast maritime Asia trade circuit. This is a very important piece of information. But there was also another paradigm that emerged at least from the mid-15th century. If Fra Mauro thought that Katayo and China were just new specific names to part of the ancient ecumene that the quotation mark modern knew better, for other cartographers on the wake of Columbus, Katai and Manji were not part of the 180 degrees of classical antiquity, but they were a new part, some 50 degrees longer or eastern to the classical ancient knowledge of the world. And this we have one of the most important representations, Enricus Martellus Germanus, a German who was active in Florence and depicted this manuscript map that is at the Beinecke Library at Yale, displaying clearly this addition, Katai and Manji, and something new as a new world. This image was very influential because it entered into one of the most well-known cosmographic images ever, Martin Waldseemüller planisphere, that became very famous because we find the name America as a tribute to Vespucci. And you are wondering, why is this important for us thinking about Katai, Manji, and China? Because if we look to the upper part of the map, we have a different kind of representation. And if we look closely to this hemisphere in the upper part, we will see that Katai and Manji are not part of the world of the ancients connected to Ptolemy, but are linked to the world of the modern, the new world. And you can easily see it. So if America was the 4th new part of the world, the new world did not begin with the discovery of America, but with 13th and 14th century merchants and Franciscan missionaries who went beyond the ecumene of the ancients and arrived to Katai and Manji, and so what we would say China. So China was a new world, and this is another paradigm which became 100 years later a fundamental piece of concept or proof of concept to expand. And I'm following here Ricardo Padron and Manel Olé and others who just traced in the sources the Trans-Pacific route, maritime route, as a way to expand to China the very concept of the New World. So China as a new world in a kind of sinophilia involved with China at the end of the 16th century. This paradigm was clearly influential, as we can see in a map depicted or engraved in Ortelius' Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, in an edition, in the 1598 edition, in which you can see China, Japan, and the New World as part of, let's say, the same space, the two borders of the Trans-Pacific space. Now, let's stay to this image. We have seen these two paradigms, the ecumenic one and the New World one. Both were based and display the resilience and at the same time, how far and how much influential were these 13th and 14th century sources. The question that I raise is, so we have understood that these sources, documents, let's say to simplify, Marco Polo's one, or the Franciscan sources, we have understood that they tell so many things that were so influential. But the question is what they did not tell us. What they did not tell us. Precisely, they are very scant in information about the languages. And if we follow Marco Polo, for 32 times, we find this expression, linguaggio di per sé. So here we are in Afghanistan, in Taiwan. During the journey of 3 days, you reach a town named Skasen. The people of this country have their self-contained languages. In Italian, these will sound such as linguaggio da per sé. So a language that it stays there, it's on its own. It does not communicate. It's not, we don't know how to translate it. And to find it over and over again, the province of Tangut, the idolaters, probably the Buddhists, have a peculiar language. It's another way to say language, self-contained language, or language on its own, linguaggio da per sé. And Tibet, we have the very same thing. The people, as I've told you, the idolaters, have a language of their own, and they are idolaters. And again, if we go to the city of Mien, Marco Polo wrote, the people are idolaters and have a peculiar language and are subject to the Great Khan. The authority on these matters is our colleague that is luckily enough is here with us, Dinu Luca, Professor Dinu Luca, and you find all this and other information on the way the Chinese language entered the European imagination, as he said, and this is an imaginative Cathaicus alphabet that you find in a manuscript of John of Mandeville. It's a 15th century manuscript. So it's a conjectural thing. Now, around, as we all know, around, let's say, the beginning of the 16th century, a new process started with the Portuguese expansion. So Portuguese soldiers and sailors and merchants who reached the Indian Ocean and then the China Sea and the Yellow Sea. And here again, within we have representation framing Katai and Manji and China into a kind of maritime network spatiality. This is a digital recomposition of one of the atlases, of the Portuguese atlases, in this case, designed by a Portuguese-born cartographer known as Fernão Vaz Ferdinand or Fernão Vaz Dourado, that frames into a kind of polycentric space made of cities like Goa, Malacca, Macau, near Canton, and Nagasaki. Macau was founded in Chinese territory in 1557. This idea of the maritime Southeast Asia space. And one of the maps clearly and so beautifully displays the harbors, the port cities, I would say several tenors of Chinese port cities into this huge space encompassing maritime Southeast Asia, from Goa, that is out of this map, to Malacca, Macau, and Nagasaki. All part of this maritime network that was anticipated by Fra Mauro on the basis of 13th and 14th century sources. The issue is, in these years, a new layer was added to this spatiality. The spatiality of trade, the spatiality of trading and of merchants. And it's a new spatiality, and it's the spatiality of languages. And without denying the importance of other sources, I think that missionary sources are, at this regard, paramount and fundamental. Sources that for the first time, although Marco Polo and the Franciscans left, I think, scant information about the languages, introduced a lot, or I would say at least 30 languages, Chinese included, that were left without a name, at least within the system of European cultures. And of course, we can look, Chinese plays a fundamental role in this global linguistic mapping, but it achieves its importance once we frame it into a global perspective. And I would like to display to you, and I'm going to conclude my presentation, a selection of these linguistic documents designed, printed, assembled by missionaries together with much more numerous local communities, including Chinese communities. And they are enormous in size. The first one, 6,500 entries. The second one in Japan, 27,000 entries. And a second one, again in Japan, 32,000 entries. I would like to display to you what I consider one of the first documents that, although designed or prepared in the island of Hirado in Japan in 1555, is one of the first consistent and coherent documents that also displays, and you see them clearly on the right side of your screen, the Chinese logographic characters, together with the hiragana syllabic Japanese alphabet in terms of establishing an equivalence. And then you have this document that is extremely, extremely famous. It's also published in facsimile, attributed to Michele Ruggeri and Matteo Ricci. It's called Portuguese-Chinese Dictionary with some 6,500 entries, with a conspicuous historiography. My point here is not to discover these documents on which many more people are more knowledgeable than what I am, but is to frame this into a larger perspective. So this is just to give you the sense of the document. You see on the left side, abano, which means fun in Portuguese. Then you have shensi in the romanization. Then you have the character, the Chinese logographic character. And then on the fourth column, not always, but many times you have the Italian translation, which is ventaglio, which means fun, or abano in Portuguese. So if now I'm going, and before concluding, I'm going to frame this linguistic recognition of Chinese, one hand, and China within a global perspective. So let's place them, these kind of experiences and exercise on maps. We have Chinese. But in the same years, we have Japanese with specific similar documents, dictionaries, vocabularies, and grammars, very same years. But you also have, on the other side of the world, 12 hours away, in the very, very same years, 1595, the Tupinambá dictionaries and grammars. And just a few years after, 1650, on the basis of the experiences in Japan, you have the Vietnamese with specific similar documents. And 100 years later, you have the Tamil linguistic interactions normalized into dictionaries and grammars and vocabularies. And then you also have an African language codified in Brazil. So a group, for the group, or a conspicuous large group of slaves that were working or were brought to Brazil for the extraction of gold. Now, what happened if we put all these things together? We have Chinese. So in the very same years, maybe with the exception of the slave African language, lingua mina, we have a group of important languages that, mostly through the use of Portuguese, and these languages also included Chinese, was recognized and were put on a map, on a linguistic map, establishing through vocabularies, dictionaries, and grammars the possibility of communicating. And this is it. We have, let me move the, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry.
Angelo, if you could just quickly wrap up, that would be great. We're running out of time.
Yeah, I'm finished. It's the very slide, the very last slide. So in the context of asymmetrical and connected past, beside trade and religious, or within trade and religious proselytism, we can, the 16th and 17th centuries also witnessed the formation of the first global system of connected languages, mostly developed by missionary orders. China and Chinese were a pillar in this kind of networks. Thank you, and for listening.
Thank you very much for a very informative and rich presentation. So we have a couple of minutes. Would anyone like to, if you could stop sharing, Angelo, we can move to discussion. Sure. Thanks. Yeah. So, questions and comments from the audience. Wow, overwhelming. I have a question actually. I was wondering, how did Fra Mauro know anything about the Zhenghe expeditions? Because I know that was information about it got to Europe pretty soon, didn't it? Through the Arabs in the early 15th century.
there are legends by, I mean, cartouches, written pieces of text in the map that close to Africa that refer to Indian navigations that for 70 days travel from east to west. And then they went back. There were, let's say, there was a tempest, and the tempest pushed them ashore and towards the tip of Africa, we would say. The important thing was that Fra Mauro used this piece of information and put it together with news he had from Portugal. He had news from Portugal that the Portuguese were sailing along the African coast of the other way around. And Fra Mauro added, or better, he wrote, if we add one navigation to the other, we know that it's possible to make the circumnavigation of Africa. So the circumnavigation of Africa, according to Fra Mauro, was possible because civilization in the Indian Ocean could be joined to what other European Mediterranean civilization were doing on the other side of Africa. And the Mediterranean Sea could be linked to the Mare Indicum, so to the Indian Ocean. And then through the 3 circuits that I displayed, it was possible to go directly by sea, by boat, from the Mediterranean to Cathay. That was his, let's say, that was Fra Mauro's project around 1450.
Great, thank you. So if there are no other questions, Marty.
Yeah, just a quick one. I noticed that the image, thank you, Angelo, that was wonderful. I noticed the images of the Chinese junks all had a prominent rudder. Do you know if Marco Polo described that feature of the boat?
Yes, there is the very idea of one single rudder, although I'm not a specialist in the history of navigation or ship's architecture, the very idea of the one single rudder is one of the features described by Marco Polo and Odorico da Pordenone, together with the multiple masts. So the idea was, there are 2 ideas here that are very important and goes together. It might seem crazy, but it goes together with the size of cities. So the idea was the Indian junks are square shaped, or not square, rectangular shaped, are much, much bigger with respect to the round ship of the Mediterranean. And although they are very huge, they have multiple masts, but they can be driven very easily through this huge single rudder. And these ideas altogether conveyed the very idea that the real wealth of the world through maritime trade was not in the Mediterranean, but was in the Asian seas, from in the Indian Ocean to the what they call the Oceanus Cataicus, the Cataicus Ocean. So this was, I think, this is my understanding. But definitely, yes, the one rudder is there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, I think we'll move on. So thank you very much, Angelo, for a fascinating paper. So let's move to our next speaker, Sir Nicolas Standaert of Leuven. His title is The Ancient and New Doctrine of the Chinese on Filial Piety, on the most extensive treatise on Xiao in any language dating from 1779. So great, thanks. I see you're already ready to go.
Yep. So let us start immediately. Thank you for the invitation. So in line with the theme of the conference, Chinese Learning Goes West, I thought maybe it's an idea to look at one of the core concepts of what we associate with Chinese culture, namely filial piety. And I would like to introduce one text from 1779, which appears to be still the most extensive text on this topic published since the 18th century. As by way of introduction, in the last 20 years, there have been several publications on Xiao and on the Yi-jing, both in Chinese and in English. You see a little overview of them. Mostly they are sometimes collective works, sometimes also by individuals. But the question is, what about the 17th, 18th century? And here we have to focus on especially the Qianlong period. To briefly summarize, in 1880, Ferdinand from Bis dies in Beijing, and he can be called somehow the last Renaissance missionaries who accumulates or brings together sciences and also some content, and is a real missionary sent by the Portuguese or by Rome. There is an echo, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's okay now, yeah.
Okay, yeah. But in 1880, there are new missionaries arriving, the French missionaries. They are sent by the Académie Royale from Paris. In 1724, there is a prescription of Christianity, and some of them will shift their attention to a transmission of knowledge to Europe. And as a result of that, quite a number of texts will be published in France, but also in the whole of Europe. One of them is this Description géographique et historique chronologique de la Chine, published by De Hulde in 4 volumes, also translated in English, German, and Russian, which was already amply studied. Less known is this series, published in 15 volumes. It's an enormous source of information about Chinese history, sciences, arts, and so on, published at the end of the 18th century. Now, this series was started by Henri Bertin. He was a French statesman. He was an advisor to the French king, and one of his correspondents was Joseph Marie Amiot. I also put the name of a Chinese collaborator because most of these missionaries also had Chinese collaborators, and some of the collaborators even spent some time in Europe before going back to China. Now, in the 4th volume of this huge collection, there is a text called the Doctrine, the Ancient and New Doctrine of the Chinese on Filial Piety. So this is a volume of nearly 300 pages. The text is anonymous, but we can identify it on the basis of manuscripts that it was compiled by Pierre Martial Cibot. As you can see, arrived in Beijing in 1760 and he died there in 1780. So he spent about 20 years in China. He was a kind of polygraph working on engineering. He has quite a number of manuscripts and publications on botany, mineralogy, geology, but also this treatise on the Xiao. In fact, there is also part of the manuscript that is preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. And you can see in the manuscript you have more and you have less. Namely, a large part of the printed version is not preserved in the manuscript, but on the other hand, the manuscript also has quite a number of texts that are not present in the printed version, especially regarding to the discussion of Xiao. In the beginning of the printed text, but also of the manuscript, the author gives his overview of what he did, and he says that we have limited ourselves in this companion to an excerpt of the Yi from the Yi, and then a literal translation of the Xiao, and then the notes on the Xiao with commentaries, and then an extract from the Xiao Yan Yi by the emperor, and then all kind of quotations from the code of laws of the ruling dynasty, and then various pieces of prose and old and modern verses, and then some concrete examples of filial piety, and then finally a collection of thoughts and maxims and reflections and proverbs from all that kind of books. And finally, the considerations and observations on what is presented to us by the spectacle of the Chinese Moors in filial piety. In fact, the last part is about 10 pages on a total of 300 pages. And that's why I will spend most of the time not on this last part, but on what the author actually presents in his work as a view of what is filial piety. And in order to do that, I had first to, and not only first, because my manuscript is about 50 pages, to identify the sources. So here you have an example of what is the text in French, Détails sur la piété filiale, tiré du Sheng Shun de Kangxi. As you see, this is the French pinyin of that time. And this is relatively easy to identify because there is a little description, and we can find that this is the Shengshun by the Kangxi emperor. But here you have some examples of more difficult texts, for instance, Vaudeville sur l'appartement des femmes, and then you have Tia I. And basically I spent some time on it, and it is the Tie Ren I by a rather unknown scholar, Qian de Chang. And as you can see, these texts, you have a whole translation of these texts, and so we can identify the original Chinese text. Here you have a few other examples, and you see the complexity when you see Hu Su, that's another writing, a way of writing the S-E, and then Kin, but it must be a mistake because it is Q, so it is the Shun Su I Gui. Another work is the Chuan Tia Bao, and another, as you can see, rédigé par Wang Mengqi, is in fact the Hao of Wang Yan Chou. And here you have Hirondelle, Fable allégorique de Sima Guang. So I went 2 or 3 times through all the works of Sima Guang, and I couldn't find it until I finally found that the author made a mistake, and that the poem is not by Sima Guang, but by Piety. So the author also adds to his overview from being attached to the pieces of great writers in which the Chinese genius shines. We took it upon ourselves to find in some of the least known renowned books and in compilations made for the people. And that's very interesting because it's not only this elite, but also the broader text that he consulted and that he translated. And he also mentions that some of these texts are written in a vulgar style. Vulgar means it's broadly, and it's more, let's say, Baihua, not completely, but indeed Baihua, and others are very difficult to understand. And sometimes he had also some difficulties in making a good translation, as he humbly attended or observed. So what I will do is very briefly give an overview of these texts, because he spends nearly 300 pages of them, and I reorganize them according to the 4 classical categories, because in the text itself they are all mixed together. So let us see. The first, under the king, you have the first full annotated translation of the Xiao. Annotated translation. I give here also which text that he used, but he has a lot of notes, and we can find them in the manuscript and also in the printed text. And the difficulty is here that I have not yet been able to identify all the notes because he used quite a number of sources for them. So it's not a common notification, but or annotation, but he has used quite a number of different annotations on the Xiao. Let us just remind ourselves that there was already a first translation of the Xiao in Latin in 1711 by François Noël, and this is an example of it, and that this translation was also translated later into French after the publication of the volume that I'm discussing. So what else do we find about King? There is a substantial translation of passages from the Yi-jing, and this is also the first in its kind. So you find the first translations of the Yi-jing in this text. There is a selected translation of the Shutting with poems that were not translated in European languages before, and then references to the Shutting and also Zuoshe Chunqiu. Moreover, under the Qing category, you have a selection from the Xiaojing Yanyi. As we know, this is an exposition on the Xiaojing by the Kangxi Emperor, and the author made a selection of the first chapter, the Tianzi Zhi Xiao. So this is the first category. The second category is on history. Here we find works from the Biennian tradition, some historical references, and then he gives quite an important selection of translation of edicts and memorials. I already mentioned the Sheng Xun by the Kangxi Emperor, of which he translated 1 chapter. And then you also have the Li Tai Ming Chen Zhou Yi, which is a collection of memorials by scholars in the course of history, for instance, and he translated 6 memorials by Sima Guang, criticizing the emperor that he should respect the tradition of not changing anything after the death of his father for 3 years. Moreover, Sibo translates from administrative books the Daqing Huidian, the Qianlong edition of 1768, and you have 10 or 20 pages only translations of the Daqing Huidian related to issues of filial piety. Finally, under the history, you also find biographies, and here he uses the Xiaoxun Shi, which was compiled by the Yongle Emperor in 1420. So for those who are acquainted with Xiao, one of the major works is the Arches Xiao, which was already popular in the Ming and early Qing. But in fact, a very important text is this Xiaoxun Shi, which Sibo used, and he has about 20 or so, 20 or 30 different stories that he translated from these texts. If we look at the next category, the masters, there we have the Shengyu, the sacred edicts. First is by the first emperor of the Ming dynasty, and then you have the one of the 16 lines by the Kangxi emperor, with the explanation by the Yongzheng emperor, the Shengyu Guangxu. And now important here is that there is a whole tradition of popularized, or let's say the vulgar versions, which are in semi-Paihua, which also are very nicely edited in recent years, as I give here the reference of the work. And we can clearly see that the text that Thibault translated is one of these popular versions, as he also announced in his introduction. Finally, you also have translations from the Kangxi Emperor's instructions to his own children, the Tingxun Geyan. And then you have the various masters, Chen Hongmo, the Shunsu Igui, which is quite an important word in terms of education. It's a compilation of all kinds of instructions for education in the course of history. And here we see that Thibault has used several texts in this regard, as I already pointed out, or a very interesting, very fascinating work by Shi Chengqin, with all kind of popular and humorous stories and examples that were used. Here I give one of these examples where men are criticized because they always complain about women, and the author explains that this is their own fault by not treating their wives in the good way. So you also have kind of critical approaches in these texts. Finally, you have the collective text. He explicitly refers to the Guwen Yuantian, also the Guwen Guanzhi, where he has a translation of a text by Li Mi. I already mentioned the Piety text, and there is also a story taken from the Gujin Tushu Yi-jing. So this leads me to a conclusion. The title of this work is The Ancient and New Doctrine of the Chinese on Filial Piety. As you were able to notice, that indeed it is about the ancient doctrine, which references to the Li Ji and to the Yi-jing and so on, and to the new doctrine, which are clear references to the 17th and 18th century. Quite remarkable is that this is still the most extensive treatise in any European language up to date concerning the topic of Xiao. As you can see, there is a wide variety of texts that were used, and more than 22 in total, but you have the so-called classical text, ritual text, political text, if we want to use these modern categories, poetry, history, maxim, proverbs. I was not able to identify them because they are so numerous and they are short sentences without any references to where he has taken them from. And as a result, you also have a very broad concept of Xiao. It can be both institutional, ritual, it can is related to gender, to generations, to political issues. So as you can see, Europe was well informed about China. Sometimes I add even more about China than today. At the same time, it's through this translation that we also know to get Chinese texts that were rather widespread at the time, but that are little known today. I think several of the texts I mentioned are not known to scholars today, or at least are not very amply studied. Jürgen Osterhammel, who has a huge book on unfabling the East, it does not only discusses China, but much broader than that, the knowledge of the East in Europe in the 18th century. He writes that one of the characteristics of the late 18th century authors writing about the East is that they increasingly drew on Asian scholarship expressed in Asian works and documents for which Europeans needed to know the local languages. So you see here a scholar, like many of the other French scholars, who fluently knew classical Chinese and also Manchu, and they gave preference to translation rather than discussing the concept. So more to translation than subjective impressions. So it is a completely different style than we are used today. And that's why I did not pay much attention to his interpretation, but rather on, here he lets the texts speak for themselves. So it is a discourse, or at least an attempt of discourse by Chinese, rather than a discourse on Chinese. So this is just one of the examples of a transmission of Chinese knowledge to the West, or to Europe, in the 17th and 18th century, and many more examples of it could be given. I thank you for your attention, and if I'm right, I just spent 20 minutes.
Thanks very much, Nicolas, and thanks for being so punctual too. So the floor is open to questions, comments.
Well, I'll jump in again. Thank you for these. I was particularly struck by your emphasis at the end on how the primary texts were very important in the 18th century. This has been my impression too. I've been looking at the translations of many of the Zhouyi in the Songdai Mingchen Zhouyi that were translated in the Dual volumes. And overall, they're pretty good, actually. There's a tendency among European historians, often people who don't read Chinese, to say, well, the Jesuits made it all up, it's just nonsense. That's not my impression. I was wondering about you. How do you feel about the translations?
Well, I completely agree with what you say. They knew classical Chinese very, very well. Recently, I have been working on the text, the translations that they made of the Gazette, of the Tipao, of the which were, I will publish a book on that topic. It's quite impressive how much they translated. The other example I like to give is, the history, Histoire générale de la Chine by de Maya. That work in what also 13 volumes is still, until today, the largest history of China, based completely on Chinese / Manchu sources, because it's more on Manchu than on Chinese sources, written by a single person in any European language. We have the Cambridge History of China, in which 130 or 150 scholars participated. Well, de Maya wrote his 6,000 pages, 6,800, I think, alone. So I think we, of course, the translation styles are sometimes a bit different, related to the taste of the time, but they really make an attempt. And the work by Landry de Ron has also shown that. You can exactly identify all the sources in Du Halde, and the same we have been doing that, and you can find that in our database, CCT database. as much as possible the sources of Mémoire concernant les Chinois. So it's really impressive what they did. Yeah. And I think that's also the statement by Jürgen Osterhammel, yeah, who has he also makes links to Latin America and to Japan and India and so on, where he basically says that around 1800 there has been a kind of shift in Europe from inclusive to exclusive Eurocentrism. And I think one of the next speakers also will discuss that topic. So yes, we have interpretation, and of course they also make their interpretation, but they have a much greater sense of going to the primary sources and to put these primary sources first, rather than a whole discussion on the concept of, let's say, Xiao, with a few notes of primary sources. Yeah.
Yes, Zongqi, you have a question. I think you're still muted.
I forgot to unmute. So here again, thank you, Nicolas, for your wonderful presentation. I have a very general question. I wonder whether you could tell us what is the targeted audience of this translation. So since it's so faithful to the original and so scholastic, so I wonder how you would make some of the alien concepts understandable to the audience. And so in the course of annotation of concept, does the author draw comparison within the Western between the Chinese concept of filial piety and the Western notion of family and family relationship?
So this author hardly discusses anything, just very briefly at the end. And the manuscript is a bit larger, but he wanted, like many of the other authors, make known what is going on in China, and in a very broad sense of the word, because he is also publishing on botany and also on engineering sciences and so on and so on. Now, the audience of this Mémoire concernant les Chinois is the very broad, not only French, but European audience, les savants, the intellectual work at that time. And you also have some ideas of the reception history, because at that time in Europe, there were quite a number of journals. For instance, Journal des Savants, the Journal of the Savants, but you have quite a number of them. And these are journals that discuss recent publication. Basically, not only discussion, but they also make abstracts of them. And so I did not study completely the reception history of this text, but the texts are, we know that the audience is much wider than only Mémoire concernant les Chinois. So we also have to look at all these different journals which make quotations of these texts, including the text by Cibot, because Bertin, who is a French statesman, at a certain moment said, "Oh, there was a very positive review of your text in Mercure de la France, or Mercure de France, one of the other journals." So it does not completely answer your question, because we can still discuss the way is the filial piety, is that the right translation or not? But you see here at least all kind of attempts to make this and to invent translations, but their desire is really to make this knowledge known to Europe.
Thanks. Trinja, you had a question.
Yes, hi, thank you very much for this very informative presentation. So I worked on the Chinese, so-called Chinese garden, you know, like the Jardin Anglo-Chinois from
Yeah.
Britain, you know, and then to France and to Germany. So I'm very interested in this reception, so-called reception in Europe-wide, because usually I feel like in the American Academy, people say, "Oh, Europe," and it's just like all over there. So, but in like German studies or French studies, people are very, very cautious in drawing the borders. Like, "Oh, we're French, we're not German," and you know. So within Europe, so as a Germanista, I guess I'm interested in how would you think the sources are kind of received differently in different European linguistic cultures and. I mean, basically, they're published in French. As far as you presented also, as far as I know, like any Germans who are interested in this literature on Xiao, or any Italians or Spanish audiences. Just a general question, just curious.
Yeah. So I did not make research on the reception of these text in different European cultures, but I think let's say two responses. On one hand, French is part of an intellectual culture, lingua franca at that time. So you have French publications in the Netherlands. The second publication of De Helder was in The Hague. So quite a number of German, British, Dutch, and so on intellectuals, they read at least French or they speak French in the same way as we speak today English. On the other hand, we see also, not with this book, not with this series, but the other series, that you have also quite a number of translations in Italian. The history I mentioned, these 13 volumes of Histoire générale de la Chine, General History of China, was completely translated into Italian. Other works are translated into English, like De Helder was translated into English and into Russian and into German. So you have the two at the same time. But I would consider, you see, at that moment, what always strikes me is that when you read these missionaries, they rarely say the French or the Italians or the Germans. Their point of reference is Europe, much more than Europeans today. And this is probably because they belong to a kind of, this world of savants, where they have a kind of, not completely with all the differentiation that also exists, but they have some sense of belonging together to a common culture.
Right. Yeah, what I found interesting, for example, the Chinese, so-called Chinese garden was really considered Chinese, in Britain and France. But then when it came to Germany in the same style, they call it only English. They kind of omit the Chinese completely. So that's something I find really interesting, the different kind of linguistic cultures and political cultures within this tiny part of Europe, actually, geographically speaking. So there's a shared kind of like a common culture, Christianity, history, mingling, and also linguistic affinities, but still kind of the politics sometimes does make a difference in the reception of China, at least in this case. Thank you very much.
My point would be, we have to say both at the same time. So on one hand, there is something common, and indeed, on the other hand, you have something local. I mean, my own language is Dutch, you see, and we have all kinds of publications about China in Dutch. and sometimes unique publications that you don't have in other languages, and you see also in which way this is adopted or inserted or put into another let's say local culture concept, which you rightly points out. Absolutely. So
Great, thank you, Nicolas. Marty, do you have a brief comment? We have to move on pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is very brief reply to Zongqi. First of all, in England also, these translations appear in many gentlemen's magazines. So they were especially lefty journals. The other thing is that, yes, there are terms, at least I found terms that are not properly translated, such as 工艺, which appears often in the Songdai Mingchen Zouyi, but apart from those terms those concepts that Europeans perhaps didn't yet have, the translations seem to be quite good.
Great, thanks. So I think we better move on since we're already a little bit behind schedule. Thank you so much, Nicolas. So we're going to turn to Professor Dinu Luca now of National Taiwan Normal University. His talk is the Doubly Insufficient Translation, Reading the Laozi with Abel-Rémusat. Thank you. Dinu, take it away.
Fine, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Fine, sorry about that.
Okay.
So the Doubly Insufficient Translation, Reading the Laozi with Abel-Rémusat, this ended up being twice the size it should have been. So I ended up making it as a PPT, so I'm going to try to speak it rather than read it. I'm not sure this is going to put me within the 20-minute time frame, but I'm going to try to stick to it as hard as I can. The first name there is obviously Abel-Rémusat. You can see him on the right-hand side. It's quite likely that when you hear about him, you would have heard as well about the two dates that you can see on my left-hand side here. The first is November 29, 1814, when the first professorship position at the Collège de France in Europe for Chinese studies was established, or sometimes alternatively, January 16, 1815, when Rémusat offered his very first lecture on Chinese studies. Now, these two dates are often associated with the birth certificate of sinology, not sinology proper, but rather professional sinology, or institutional sinology, or scientific sinology, as opposed to the prehistory, the missionary, or perhaps the amateur variety that was happening at that time or had happened a bit earlier. So this is how we are likely to, most of us are likely to have heard about Abel-Rémusat. Now, the fact that we have heard about him in this particular context doesn't mean that he is that much studied. So there are a few dedicated books. One of them was published last year on the right-hand side. It represents a selection of the works of a conference organized in 2014, edited by Piety and Ville. There are also several dissertations in Chinese. There are also about 24 articles that are more or less, that deal more or less directly with the man and parts of his work. Now, apart from sinology proper, his name pops up typically when we deal with linguistics in relation to his famous correspondence with Wilhelm von Humboldt. Also, we are likely to encounter him in discussions related to Hegel and on topics related to the problem or the concept or the idea of a Chinese philosophy. On the bottom here, there is an issue of Extrême Orient, Extrême Occident that dealt with this. This continues to be studied significantly. Anshan had a very interesting article putting Rémusat and Hegel together. All in all, however, it seems that quite a few of Rémusat's works are not read that closely, and this seems to be the case of his take on the Laozi as well. So this is what I'm trying to do here, and this is going to be the content of what. This is how I will proceed. So the first section is going to be dedicated to Rémusat and difference. Primarily, I want to suggest the fact that Rémusat promoted his otherness as a way of acquiring legitimacy, of a way of acquiring authority for what he said. One way, one consequence of this is the establishment of a European Taoism and a certain understanding of Taoism that set up the parameters for the way the phenomenon came to be perceived in Europe for quite a while. Now, the way the way Rémusat played the different card, or the difference card, involved several takes. And one of them that concerns me in the second part of the presentation is mediation. Now, mediation itself is understood in several ways in the way I deal with it here. I'm going to cover very little, just very little the idea of Manchu as a mediator for accessing Chinese texts that Rémusat used. Then I will deal mostly with a bit at some length with the topic of translation and explain the reference in my title that to the doubly insufficient translation. And finally, I will dedicate most of this section to the memoir. You can see the cover on the right-hand side of the text that he wrote on the Laozi, Mémoire sur la vie et les opinions de Laozi. It comes from a talk he gave in 1820. It was published in 1823 in separate form. It was also included in a journal 1 year later. I will refer to this particular, to the latest version. And here, in this third part of my second section, I concentrate on the commentary, the Chinese commentary that Rémusat used. I identify it, I discuss it, and I try to suggest why it is significant. The last section is dedicated to what I call comparing and discussing. I believe that this is how Rémusat basically tried to take in the Chinese text that he dealt with. And the expression comes from a statement that he phrased in different ways at different times. But we have here one immediate, one useful way to concern ourselves with this. Basically, in the late 80s, in the late 1820s, noticing the fact that British sinology is growing and the fact that the British are able to have access to a lot of materials by having dealings with the Chinese in southern China. Because of this, they have access to very many texts that might give them advantage over French sinology. Rémusat says, well, they might have the texts, but because we live in Paris, and because Paris has an exceptional library, and because we are in Europe, we are better equipped to compare and to discuss. So I think that this is an interesting take that kind of explains many evolutions in later time of sinology, and also explains why the sinologie de cabinet versus terrain sinology evolved very different times. Now, at the end of this, I do a little coda explaining why this matters. Now, my first section of Rémusat and difference, there are a few trivial aspects perhaps that have to deal with difference. One has to do with the way Rémusat looked, but I'm not going to go into this. The other concerns his name and the idiosyncratic spellings by which he tried to emphasize difference. There are other pointers to difference, but they are not, we can do without them. More important is the way in which he tried to emphasize his difference from the missionaries and from the other sinologists and from everything before him or contemporary with him that was different. And he makes all this difference throughout his life, or he emphasizes difference throughout his life, beginning with his very first publication, major publication, Essai sur la langue et la littérature chinoise of 1811. Basically, most of what I'm going to explain on most of what is present on this slide has to do with legitimization, because Rémusat is a very young man at that time. He's only 23, and he doesn't. He's self-taught, and he has done most of his studying outside of any networks. But on the other hand, legitimization involves difference, and difference involves, for instance, academic meticulous approaches. Like, he has clung to the originals. The suggestion is the others have not. He has refrained from reading works that might infect him with prejudice or false ideas. He goes against Etienne Fourmon's, whom he generally treats as a kind of patriarch of 18th century French theology, repeatedly. A bit later, in fact, he calls one of Fourmon's texts the best of its kind and yet obscure. As the text proceeds, he constantly, every now and then, emphasizes the points in which he agrees with Fourmont and yet nevertheless goes differently. All in all, this grows, and as the text reaches its end, Rémusat's statements become more and more aggressive. He basically says that for sinology to grow, we need to acknowledge that it has different needs and different purposes and approaches from missionary sinology. And this is where he takes missionary sinology full front. Its practitioners only need to speak the language and read a few elementary books and read for the less instructive literature for beginners in Europe, while a European or sinologist located in Europe wants to read history, translate geographies, sciences and the arts, and deal with huge collections of literature, encyclopedias, and so on and so forth. So there's a very clear difference between what the others do and what he wants to do. All this comes full circle, and in fact acquires even further strength at the end when he accuses, it's in an appendix, so you might not notice it, but basically he says that the missionary translations of Confucian texts, the same that of the kind Professor Standaert talked about, probably disfigured the original by paraphrase and unbearable redundancy, offering long and fastidious verbiage that is neither elegant nor clear, not even faithful, or they have sacrificed exactness to elegance, being in fact too clear and too elegant, not allowing the text to speak for themselves. All in all, if we wrap up what we and the feeling we end up having after reading all this is that he is generally tries to be as polite as he can in his dialogue with the past, but basically attempts to discard its relevance for the present. Now, this acquires perhaps its most celebrated expression in the text that he produced on the occasion of his acquiring the professorship in Paris, the Programme du Cours, his speech, his lecture on Chinese. You have the cover on the left-hand side here, where he basically states about himself that he's a walker in the desert or on the desert fallow land of a language known only in name in Europe, and that he has only himself to rely on with no model to follow. This is already a card that he's willing to play. And once he's fully established and he is older and he becomes the authority on things Chinese in Europe in the 1820s, but this happens by 1822. This is the time when he feels that he can basically go even deeper in his attacks on his different marking statements. This happens in a lecture published in the first issue of the Journal Asiatique that together with several other people he established, still exists until today, in 1822. In a letter, he basically says about missionaries, the simplest analysis, the most natural method were unknown to them. So let us notice that basically his take is radical. It's not that they didn't know the language, they didn't know it the way they should know it. So it's a matter of method. It's also, as he puts it often, a matter of theory or of comparison. One reason, or one extra reason, one extra perspective that he feels the missionaries have mistakenly pushed over things Chinese is the secrecy they have wrapped everything in China, and also that they have focused on certain things and not on others. And this particularly explains why his difference-making strategies also involve a general, not disregard, but a general preference given to non-Confucian things. And non-Confucian for him meant Taoist and Buddhist, and a particular type of Taoist, the good kind of Taoist knowledge, the philosophical kind, rather than the religious one. Well, I will get back to this. Now, all these points appear also in the text that concerns us here as well, Mémoire sur la vie et les opinions de Laozi. This Chinese philosopher, he says, has not been appreciated because until now, because the missionaries have worked so much on books on Confucius and his disciples and do not seem to have occupied themselves with making Laozi known through his writing, and therefore have produced only fables that we have received. So missionaries deal in fables, and they do so, moreover, he says, by disregarding the very Chinese tradition, a tradition that in fact can be found both in relation to Confucianist writers, the literati honor Laozi as a distinguished philosopher, and the Tao masters themselves worship him a great deal. So it is for Rémusat to change this state of things, and this is what he's planning to do in his text on the Laozi. Basically, he means to dig up somehow the true image or the truthfulness of who Laozi really was from behind the fables and the disfigurations, if you would, produced by his fellow sinologists. In order to do so, he goes to the biography in the Shiji, and this is an important point. He will add only the few words that are necessary to make it more intelligible. This is his first take on translation proper. He gives his own translation of the title of the Tao Te Ching as the book on reason and virtue, basically not being interested in creating a difference between them and us, between the Chinese and Europeans, but rather, on the contrary, trying to find what he says, striking analogy and communication. He uses these exact phrases and also uses imitation, borrowing. He uses them, it is true, in relation to the modern Tao masters and the Buddhists, but also in relation to Laozi and the Europeans. Even his very famous theory, the one that has perpetuated itself all the way until today, about the meaning of three words in chapter 14 of the Tao Te Ching, as the Yi and Xi and Wei being an approximation of the name of Yahweh, is itself posited in opposition to missionary work. So all in all what we learn from all this, obviously I will go back to the memoir in the second and third part here, but let me wrap this up. And it seems to me that in spite of his pretty radical statements of being the walker in a desert of knowledge, in fact, he felt that he related much more to his predecessors than he would admit. In fact, I think that he referred to missionary sinology as beacons to kind of differentiate themselves from. A consequence of this being, as I said a few minutes earlier, his promotion of what was then marginal topics like Taoist and Buddhism, but also travel literature, popular literature, novels and plays. Obviously, these had been translated before, but not by missionary sources, or not primarily by missionary sources. Well, yes, it's a bit more complicated than that, but basically he gave all his authority to all this. And all in all, my point here is that I think that it seems to me, maybe I'm wrong, there's much more to be added here, that if this is the birth moment of professional sinology, it has a great deal to do with decentering the domain in relation to its 18th century avatars. Now, moving to my second section, there are three types of mediation that I have in mind here. The very quickly, just one paragraph has to do with Rémusat and Manchu, his use of Manchu. In fact, he taught himself Manchu. He used Manchu a great deal as a mediator for understanding Chinese texts. He used it when teaching Chinese. In fact, the very professorship was a professorship in Chinese and Manchu. And I think that obviously historians of sinology do not forget this aspect, but it is sobering to realize, in fact, that and at least for me, it's food for thought to realize how much at this particular moment in the history of sinology, the mediation of the knowledge of the Chinese other in Europe was done by the intermediary of another other. But enough of this, because I need to move on to translation. He talked about translation, theorizing it several times and in many ways. He starts as early as 1816 in one of his translation of a Taoist texts by basically saying that he has committed himself to rendering scrupulously the basic ideas. So it's not everything, but rather the basic ideas, but has also taken the liberty to slightly modify the cut or the cutting of the sentences, la coupe, which is monotonous and off-putting in the original. This continues, or this is finally echoed in the text we are dealing with here, the memoir, in which he makes this statement, which I will quote in total. I need to warn that this translation of chapter 1 of the Tao Te Ching, is doubly insufficient in that I am forced to include in it so as to connect ideas, intermediary words which the Chinese style knows how to do without, and also in that the terms I cannot do without do not have the same range, or if you will, the same vagueness of the phrases in the text. In the footnote, I venture a more literal version in Latin, but also acknowledging that by reason of the multiplicity of meanings of each word, it is almost impossible to render this passage other than by commentary. So what is perhaps interesting to notice here is the fact that insufficient means for Rémusat supplementary. So one needs connected supplements, props to make chains of ideas visible, mediators the Chinese does not need, but our less apt languages, including Latin, cannot do without. Even such lexical supplements are not enough, because our languages are simply not polysemous enough. They are not vague enough. Their range is not wide enough. So the only solution we have is commentary, which is understood obviously kind of a supplement of a supplement. Now, he does mention Greek as an alternative, but he doesn't develop it now. We'll deal with it a bit later. Now, this is more than the early mystique of the Tao Te Ching in the making, because here we need to invoke Hegel, who famously invokes Rémusat many times in his lessons on the history of philosophy, and even with or building on such points, will declare there is a room for a lot of confusion, will declare the fact that it is inconvenient to deal with Chinese philosophy because language itself is abstract and indeterminate. He reproduces the translation, Rémusat's translation, declaring it of chapter 1 in the Tao Te Ching, declaring it a generality that teaches us very little, and finding it at or placing it again famously at the entry level of philosophical culture in the European philosophy. I think that in this nascent split between richness of meaning and clarity of ideas, because this is what Hegel emphasizes, between translatorial inadequacy and perceived irrelevance of the philosophical object of the Chinese other, a whole paradigm reaching all the way until us begins to be articulated. Again, this is just a point that I'm planning to develop further. Now, going back to the third part of this second section, Rémusat uses the word commentary in relation to his own hermeneutic efforts, but on the other hand, he also uses it with reference to the commentary that he had used for his translation of the Tao Te Ching. Now, he mentions there a source that many people were using at the time, the encyclopedia, the one he had think, used a great deal in Europe at the time, but also mentions two commentaries that he bases his approach on, 2-volume 1627 edition, containing the notes and the comments over Dao Shu Zi Du Su Men, and also a collection of Zhi with no notes or comments. Now, among the few scholars who have actually dealt with this particular text, there seemed to be some trouble identifying the two sources. I don't think this is the case. In fact, it's not that difficult. by following Rémusat's pointers, we can easily identify them first in Fourmont's catalog and then today in the Benefit, in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. One such, the second uncommented source is this compilation of 1626, which is, I haven't had access to, but which is said to contain only fragments of texts, a compilation primarily made for the preparation of scholars for the imperial exams. And the second one, which he uses more significantly, it seems to me without any doubt that it is a quite well-known and quite popular and quite praised and appreciated 1536 Laozi Tijie by Xue Hui. Now, it seems that Rémusat had made a mistake here. His Gao Shuzi is probably, as far as I could gather, the author of the preface of this text, to this text, and a friend of Xue Hui, the poet and the man of letters Gao Shu Si, whose Hao was Suman Shanzhe. So hence the idea of Gao Shu Zi, the Suman. Now, with we have extra proof to demonstrate that this is so. I'm not going to go into it, but basically the same text was used by Rémusat's two students, Potier and Julien, who dealt with the Taotechi. There is another text that Rémusat had at the time of his death. It is a Buddhist commentary on the Tao Te Ching, authored by monk De Qing, known as the Tao Te Ching Jie, but which came into the hands of Julien, probably. I don't know if it was exactly Rémusat's copy or not, but he doesn't mention it, so I'm not sure. He most likely got it after he wrote this text. Now, I'm not going to discuss Rémusat's translation at all. I'm not interested in what in the quality of his translation, but on the way he understood translation and on the way he understood mediation. So how exactly did he use Xue Hui in order to address the text? Now, he uses it primarily for his approach to chapter 1 in the Tao Te Ching, and in a very, very limited, in a very selective manner. Now, I think that the correct word here is to say that he distilled rather than translated or approximated very, very much what Xue Hui had to say in relation to the part in the first chapter of the Tao Te Ching. If I'm not mistaken, this is the part that he translated or he distilled or equivalated above. We don't need to go into much detail to realize that basically he does away with much of the sense that Xue Hui has to deal with. There's no discussion of the Qi, there's no discussion of the Yung, and so on and so forth. The reason this is important is that I think that basically Rémusat uses this as legitimation rather than, or legitimization rather than, or as a prop for his own perspectives rather than for scholarly explanation. And I will get to this in a few seconds. He does a quick quote on Xue Hui from another part in the Tao Te Ching, and also he reproduces his comments, Xue Hui's comments on the Zhongyao at the end of chapter 1 in the Tao Te Ching. But all in all, what we have here is a highly idiosyncratic, selective choice of material, disregards, reinterprets, and certainly seems to plot against his pre-established patterns because his own hermeneutics of the text requires him to do so. Why this happens comes also from his dissatisfaction with Xue Hui's commentary. He is unhappy with the quality of the text at his disposal because he believes that the commentary does not explain in what sense the author, that is Laozi, uses his expressions diverting them from ordinary usage, making therefore a full translation a matter of much difficulty. So basically, he would expect commentary to explain in what way a word is used in a philosophical text that doesn't fit the day-to-day or the dictionary meanings. This probably, or I would imagine this in a rhetorical sense. A commentary should offer a kind of explanation of figure. This word means this in common language, but in that particular context, it means something else. I need to go further into this, but it seems to me that all the readings, or most of the readings he refers to in the last, when dealing with the Laozi, from the Western tradition, equip him to understand commentary like this. The idea of biblical commentary in particular, explaining or using the interpretation of words in various metaphorical or figural meanings seems to be behind it. Be that as it may, if you go to the actual text, you don't see much mediation, if any at all, produced by Xiao. But all in all, I think that perhaps the most important part here, strictly from a strictly scholarly perspective, or strictly from a formal perspective, is the acknowledging of commentary as important and relevant. So he promotes commentary as something to be used widely, and his followers, Piety, for better or worse, and Julien particularly, both of them dealing with the Tao Te Ching, Piety only partially, Julien famously in a full translation that was much appreciated, and committed parricide in many ways against his teacher. Both of these early sinologists reproduce a great deal of commentary for the Chinese text, and they accompany it by full translations in the case of Piety and significant chunks of commentary. Now, why this matters, I'm still trying to figure it out. Certainly, we have to deal with the multiplication of lenses, or an acknowledgement of the need for multiple lenses, an acknowledgement of differences, particularly with Julien, an acknowledging of nuance. There seems to be a new balancing in the making between the relationship, or in the relationship between text and commentary, as understood in Western sinology. All in all, I think there is a certain de-othering of the Chinese text by submitting it to a kind of philological discipline in line both with the Chinese tradition, which is adopted further and further, and previous ways in the Western philological tradition as well. But this I need to go back to and further explore. Now, the last part deals with comparing and discussing. So, as I said at the beginning, Rémusat basically said, the British have access to texts, let them have them, we don't care, because we have a library, and they have informants there, they speak the language, let them do whatever they want, because we can come and can discuss. This is particularly obvious in the strategies that he applies when dealing with the Mémoire sur la vie et les opinions du philosophe. Now, we might expect from the title that we would have a biography followed by a synthesis of les opinions. And it does begin by a biographical sketch, but instead, we do not have a systematic introduction to the Tao Te Ching, but rather demonstration of a thesis that had already been alluded to from the very beginning. I mentioned analogy, imitation, and borrowing. All of them come here. There are a few steps that he takes that I don't have time to go into. He basically goes against the traditional interpretations of the Tao masters in relation to the Laozi. Of course, he knows better because we can compare and discuss. But ultimately, he announces that somewhere around page 20 or something in the memoir, which is about 70 pages, that he's going to write not a dogmatic expose, but rather a simple historical comparison, again, this word, for which it is enough to observe the most palpable sense, sometimes even to note the expressions without searching for the profound philosophical signification they're susceptible of, because we are not trying to find out whether Laozi was a great metaphysician, but rather whether he has taken his ideas from the works of another philosopher. So this switch is absolutely shocking and happens quite unexpectedly. And we were expecting from the title clearly a type of Laozi and Qishu kind of work. And instead, it turns out that what we are dealing with here is a demonstration of a pre-existing thesis. If we read the 1823 text rather than the 1824, which I dealt with primarily as the last version, also published in a scientific journal, then the subtitle of the 1823 independently published text kind of turns out, kind of tells us, kind of points us where this is going, because the subtitle says, Laozi who professed the opinions commonly attributed to Pythagoras, Plato, and their disciples. We don't have such pointers, so we need to go through the 1824 edition somewhat without any clear sense of where we are going, or still believing we are going to read about the biography and the synthesis of Laozi's ideas, until ultimately we find out something else. What we find out is, after learning about Plato and Plotinus and Proclus and several other people, already there's Greek texts, Greek words in the text. Visually, the memoir is beautiful because you have both Chinese characters and Greek and French, so it's well balanced. All in all, what we end up having is a translation and discussion of only 5 chapters in the Tao Te Ching, and the very selection kind of tells us what we are going to deal with. So, excuse me, Dina, could you just wrap up? We need to leave a little bit of time for questions. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm going to move very quickly. So we have chapters 125, 41, 42, and 14. These are the chapters. The sequencing is very, very important because chapter 14 comes at the very end. And it comes because this is meant as a crowning of Rémusat's idea, because here he demonstrates intercultural borrowing around the name Yahweh. How exactly he demonstrates it is very insidious and very smart. Everything is surrounded by words such as evidently, precisely, fully. There is clear agreement, clear borrowing. Everything is matched. The text in the Tao Te Ching with Plato, with Zeno, with the Sophists, with the Stoics, with Hermes Trismegistus, and so on and so forth. There is a bit of a Chinese idea, but not important, or very, very little. All this leads him to emphasize what he wants to say. There is perfect overlapping between the Laozi and the Western philosophical tradition. So like this, he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, he does what he wants to do, so to suggest connections between actually borrowing of Western philosophical ideas by Laozi, and also go against the previous missionary-based Christian related speculations about the meaning of the same 3 characters in chapter 14 of the Tao Te Ching. This obviously is a late Enlightenment project, replacing religion with philosophy, but no time obviously to go into this. This is the demonstration. I'm not going to go into this again because we don't have time. But ultimately, he emphasizes this is undeniable. The analogies, he says, are too striking, too positive, too multiple for it being possible to see anything else behind them but the effects of communication. I think that this is quite clear that countless roads have been opened. They will be followed by Potier, by Julien. They will be denied by Legge. Victor Mayer, in his translation of the Tao Te Ching, will go back to them again. Hegel himself will deal with all this, rejecting to some degree Rémusat's hypothesis. All in all, what we have here is a new leap in the intellectual history of making China into phantasm. On the other hand, a leap that is also very, very productive. Now, the coda itself basically tries to suggest what these men did and how all these things can teach us quite a few things about the history of sinology, about the split between institutional sinology and institutional philosophy that Shan talked about. Again, time is not also about things we all acknowledge very much. I think the importance of networking, parasites between teacher and student. But ultimately, I think that the important thing here is the word comparison, and the way that perhaps comparison informs our work a great deal. Both it can inform it in the ways that Rémusat tried, but it also can inform it in other ways that are more positive and more rich and more fruitful to be explored. But again, no time for this. Apologies for going beyond time. I try to wrap it up as much as I can. I hope that I have covered most of my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinu. So if you could stop sharing your screen, we can go to questions. Yes. Comments. I know we're going to revisit Abel-Rémusat in a moment, so I'm sure we'll have more to say about him. But would anyone like to pose a question? Well, maybe since we are actually looking at the same figure, at least partially in the next talk, why don't we move on? And then, since we are running a little bit late, let's move to Jean-Yves Ultbis, China in the Eyes of French Intellectuals from Mothe Vayer to Abel-Rémusat, a testimony of European hybrid modernity to revise post-colonial narratives. So, Jean-Yves, please take it away. If you could share your screen.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much again for the invitation, Stefan. And before, when I present myself, I forgot to say that I'm also associate researcher in the French Center of Research on Contemporary China, and the co-editor-in-chief of the French journal Mon Chinois Nouvelle Asie. Actually, the PPT and the paper is not exactly the same. So I already sent 35 paper for this conference. It's part of the hopefully forthcoming research project on images of Confucian thinking in French 17th and 18th century philosophers. So it is true that, I mean, here I'm speaking more in terms of history of philosophy and the reception of China in the Western history of philosophy, which is more my field. And so it is often assumed that these dialogues really start to take place with Leibniz. But it seems important to retrace the French background of his story. And because, as it is said by Tan Min, she said, so in the 17th and 18th century, an unusual period of cultural exchange between China and European countries, especially France, took place. And so in this paper, I'm more focused on non-missionary intellectual French reception of Chinese learning and Chinese thinking, and in the project, the Confucian ones and the sources. So in the paper, I'm devote more times on this question of sources and the missionary translations, and also all the translation in French of the writing in French of also not only translation of Confucius, but also memoir and of the Jesuits and letters, and also the translations, the incredible amount of translation from geographers and travelers, and not only translation from Portuguese or Spanish, but also for almost all European language, and also from non-European language. Or for example, we can mention the 100 pages of Thévenot, Relation de divers voyageurs curieux, which translated different travelers from French, German to Persian and Arabic, etc. But here in this PPT, I will try to have a more reflexive approach. And so it's kind of perhaps a different than the paper. So try to look back at the paper again and have a more reflexive approach of it. So I will start by this kind of meta history of Chinese learning goes west studies. And so I will say that this history, this history of intellectual reception of Chinese learning the West, as both as its own history. I mean, from the Portuguese travelers to Heidegger and Derrida, in terms of what Chinese thinking can bring to Europe and to European thinking, but also the study of this reception as also its own study, as also its own history. For example, here I'm referring to Nicolas Standaert papers on Méthodologie de l'histoire du contact entre culture, or Stefan Jacobsen, Chinese influence or images. So kind of reflection on the history of the reception itself. And these two histories are actually interconnected. That means that the study of the cultural interaction between Chinese and European intellectuals are actually a part of this long tradition, and also they are part of the evolution of the concept of understanding the other. And so in my view, this Chinese learning goes west scholarship is not only a matter of erudition, but also of ontology. So if we consider the long duration intellectuals approach to Chinese learning, generally, I mean, we can separate them in different periods. So usually, for a long time, it has been divided into two periods: Sinophilia during 17th and 18th centuries, and then kind of Sinophobia during 19th and 20th century, with a shift occurring at the end of the 18th century. And there is many works that have been dedicated to understand the various reasons of this shift. And but more recently, the validity of this historical framework has been questioned. So the rigid juxtaposition of Sinophilia and Sinophobia may not always be useful, as Mila said. And so there is different reasons, good reason for questioning this narrative of intellectual approach, of European intellectual approach of China in terms of either Sinophilia and then Sinophilia. There is the reason to, I will say, question this narrative. So as we know, actually, in the same period, we can have both so-called Sinophile or so-called Sinophobe representation of Chinese learning. And for example, in France, we know we have Montesquieu and Voltaire, but also Bayle and Fénelon, with, of course, absolute different opposite approach. And moreover, this shift from, I would say, this shift from Sinophilia to Sinophobia in terms of intellectual, European intellectual understanding of Chinese culture, it differs from nations. So it seems very clear in Germany. I mean, when you go from Wolff and Leibniz to Kant, Herder, and Hegel, so it has been already pointed out by Marchand in a book on German Orientalism. And and myself, I devote some paper on this Hegel Orientalism and Kant Orientalism in link to their anthropology. But this shift is less clear in France. The shift from Sinophilia to Sinophobia in the late 18th century and beginning of 19th century is less, I will say, clear, and not very clear if we consider France. And for example, if you look at the way Victor Cousin rewrote Hegel's philosophy of history, or Abel-Rémusat, Discours sur le génie et les mœurs des peuples orientaux, and we'll go back to this text. And of course, Victor Hugo famous later condemning the sack of the Summer Palace. So here, this shift from Sinophobia to Sinophilia is less clear in the French, I will say, academia and intellectual reception. It will become real more at the end of the 19th century with the Boxer Revolt. So in order to rephrase this different period of the European intellectual approach to Chinese culture and its reception, and what does it mean for its reception in the West in terms of philosophical receptions, I will divide it into 3 phases tentatively: similarity, inferiority, and alterity. So if you look at European intellectuals in the 17th and 18th centuries, the way they look at Chinese learning and Chinese books and Chinese thinking. So we can say that they look at them from the point of view of similarity. What I mean is that if you look at philosopher as different as Vayer, which was an Epicurean, and Malebranche was a Catholic thinkers, they have, of course, very different worldviews, but they both agree that when they try to discuss, engage a kind of imaginary dialogue with Confucian thinking or Confucian figures, they frame it as something from a European philosopher to a Chinese philosopher, and speaking from different tradition, but both from the same, I will say, level of philosophical articulation. While if you look at 19th and 18th and 19th centuries, the way, especially in Germany, by German idealist philosopher, in this framework, we have more an understanding of Chinese thinking as something pre-philosophical, that is not really worth philosophical attention. So, for example, Hegel will famously say that it would have been better for Confucius if it has never been translated, because when it is translated, we know that it's not much better than Cicero. Okay, this is what Hegel said. And so here it is a pre-rational, mythical, religious kind of learning. And then in the 18th centuries, it's more like looking at that from the perspective of activity. I mean, from Heidegger to Derrida and François Julien, which is sinologist, but also philosopher. The common assumption is that Chinese learning is not pre-rational anymore, but its rationality is still outside the realm of philosophy, or at least the realm of being. And here you have this whole Heidegger framework, which I will say is very important on the also the sinological reception of Chinese thinking in the 20th century. And here the notion is not inferiority, but activity. Sometimes it can be a kind of superiority, in the sense that since Chinese learning is not Western by definition for this philosopher, thus it is free from the pitfalls and shortcomings of what Heidegger called Western metaphysics. So we can look at Chinese thinking in a way that helps us to have another perspective, that the perspective which is framed in Europe by Western metaphysics in the Heidegger sense of the term. And so one of the consequences of it is that most of these Chinese, I would say, Chinese thinking, which is kind of very broad, of course, category, will be said to be not linked to being, because being is what philosophy, properly speaking, and European philosophy, properly speaking, spoke about, according to Heidegger. But then it will be adequate to the expression of becoming. And this concept, which is actually very present, if you look at a sinologist, we are looking at the history of Chinese philosophy and its reception in the West. So here you have this being, becoming, dichotomy, activity is very, I would say, present in many ways to, I would say, articulate the specificity of Chinese, so-called specificity of Chinese thinking. I mean, so-called activity. But at the same moment, in the 19th century, you have this history of the reception of Chinese thinking, which is starting, and which gives to us another a more interesting approach on Chinese thinking than the philosopher approach to Chinese thinking. And so if you look at this history of the reception of Chinese learning in the West, we have different moments also. And one of the first moments can actually be understood as an opposition to the philosophical framework, the Eurocentric framework of Hegel's world of history. And thus it attempted to demonstrate Chinese culture influence on the West. And here you have, for example, some very classical things, Adolf Reichmann, China and Europe, to Lash, Asia in the making of Europe. And here the notion is to study the transmission of Chinese knowledge to Europe and to demonstrate a kind of influence or a kind of absorption. And in some sense, this scholarship culminated in Hobson, the Eastern origin of Western civilization, where here it's not only that China influenced European culture, but in some sense it even conditioned it. So Hobson is said at every major turning point of European development, the assimilation of superior Eastern ideas, institution, and technology plays a major part. So here this is a kind of completely reversal from Hegel's Eurocentric vision of history of philosophy and philosophy of history. But here with Hobson, we are actually in the second moment of the Western scholarship on China's impact in the West, the post-colonial one. So after the publication of Orientalism, so here I'm quoting Jacobsen, in the 1980s, it becomes a mainstream tendency for sinologists and historians concerned with Enlightenment thinkers to interpret their preoccupation with China as the construction of an other represented by an image, rather than understanding the Chinese sources as a full-fledged part of European intellectual history. So this division of Jacobsen is, I would say, consistent, I think so, with the standard framework of the free period of Western studies of Christianity in China. Transmission, which is Eurocentric, reception, which is Sinocentric, and the last one, which was said to be tentative in the 2004 paper, in terms of contact interaction, which is more cross-cultural. And so the reception post-colonial movement interprets all European approaches of China as misleading, based on an old-fashioned essentialist or a postmodern constructivist idea of cultural incompatibility. So my point in my desire to revisit French intellectual vision of China, and more especially its French reception of Chinese, French philosopher reception of Confucian thinking, is to demonstrate that we can consider this kind of post-colonial scholarship over in some sense. So the post-colonial framework of cross-cultural studies applies to sinology and China, what Said said about Orientalist and Variant. So the fact that every European, in what he could say about Variant, was consequently a racist and imperialist and almost totally ethnocentric. So every European, in whatever he can say about Variants. And so this has been reincorporated in a kind of sinological discourse, and with a criticizing sinology. So here I'm quoting, for example, two books. So sinology itself must be seen as part of the long history of imperialism, colonialism, and trade. And thus this knowledge formation must be understood as a part of historical colonialism and its mission civilisatrice. So many modern mainstream sinologists have behaved as their Christian missionary pioneers did, and demanded the Chinese to reject much of their own culture. So here, this is a Orientalist framework apply to understand sinology as being in itself a production of this Orientalistic way of, I will say, diminishing and belittling the other. So I will say that this sinocentric today, this sinocentric post-colonial narrative today, we can think that it is wrong in different kind of ways. First, because it interprets our sinology as totally indebted to missionaries' work, which is, of course, true, but not totally. It fails to notice that many missionaries had a highly positive perception of Chinese culture, and mainly because, for example, if I look at Wang Hui critical analysis of James Legge translation, sometimes it transports Chinese missionaries of the 19th centuries to understand missionaries of the 17th centuries, but are two different historical periods. And also it fails to notice the difference between, as I say, post-war, post-Opium Wars missionaries and 17th century missionaries. Also, it fails to notice that the Western reception of Chinese learning, in many ways, contradicted with missionaries' aims. I will speak about that later. And it also fails to notice that the founder of the scientific sinology in France was actually an anti-colonial thinker. So as I will demonstrate later on with Abel-Rémusat. So I think there is many different ways to look at the French reception of Chinese thinking from the 17th to the early 19th century that demonstrate the limits of this post-colonial framing of sinology and classical sinology and contemporary one. So because it is focused on the transmission of Western knowledge in China, mostly in the post-Opium War era, the post-colonial narrative fails to see the consequence of Chinese learning going to West. And that means that the fact that instead of Christianizing China, the Catholic mission can be said to end with precipitating the de-Christianization of Europe. So the consequence of Western knowledge going to China is that the Chinese learning come to the West, and this entails very different kind of consequences. So here, a quotation, this was certainly an unintended spin-off from the Jesuit mission that set out to convert China to Christianity, but the main result of the informed accounts of that great civilization was to strengthen the armory of the growing band of skeptics within Europe itself. Europe's understanding of Chinese thought, especially of Confucianism, constituted part of the story of a circumvention of religious skepticism. So here, the whole, I would say, Gassendian, Epicurean, non-missionary reception of Chinese thinking by La Mothe Vayer, of Fouché, or La Brune, or Bernier in the 17th century demonstrates a non-missionary interpretation of Chinese thinking, which thus cannot be framed by the post-colonial narrative on this Orientalism of the missionary vision of China. First thing, and then the second thing is that because of this notion that sinology is a part of the imperialist agenda, actually the post-colonial narrative fails to see that the first European official sinologist, Jean-Pierre Abel-Rémusat, was the most powerful critic of the age against the European colonial enterprise in Asia, and at the same time, he strongly advocates European scholars on Asian studies to defend themselves from Eurocentric colonial ideology. So in the 1940 paper that I just quote in the beginning of Jean-Pierre Abel-Rémusat, there is a critique of the very notion of Oriental, but saying that the notion of Oriental has actually no clear meaning, and also a very strong criticism of the colonial enterprise in itself. And this is from this background that it will, propose his own sinological approach of Chinese text. So all of this, so it's my translation in English from this text, because it doesn't seem to me that this paper has been translated into English, but perhaps not that I'm aware of. So all of these Orientals differ from one another more than the inhabitant of Paris from that of Madrid. So here, it is very interesting because it is something that Edward Said would say also, the impossible to essentialize the Oriental. But we put them in common for lack of knowing what distinguishes them. We thus confuse the intellectual features, we confuse the moral physiognomies, and from this mixture, an imaginary compound results. So here it is very interesting because when you speak about the confusion between intellectual features and moral physiognomies, here it's also kind of critique of the rational anthropology of the time, which is very important to understand Kant and Hegel interpretation of Chinese thinking and Chinese culture. And then the critique of colonialism per se let the industry of all these people give way to that of the West. So here is kind of expressing the program of the colonialists and showing to the reader, demonstrating to the reader that it is something very problematic. So let the industry of all these people give way to that of the West, that they renounced not in our favor their ideas, their literature, their languages, everything that makes up their national individuality, that they learn to think, feel, and speak like us. And for Abel-Rémusat, this is what we should not do and what we should not accept. So here, this is interesting to have this kind of strong critique of Orientalism. It's not already said in this way, at a very period in which it is said that we have the culminating point of xenophobia, and also against the saying that says that classical sinology is framed on an Orientalist and imperialist agenda. And I think that this can be a demonstration that it is not, at least not always the case. So we say that the result of Western learning going east was Chinese learning going west. And the result of Chinese learning going west was the production of Western, so-called Western hybrid modernity. That means that, to go back to Standaert framework, in the process of mutual contact, both transmitters and receivers are changed by the messages. And that means that European 17th and 18th centuries interaction with Chinese sources were not only a way to reaffirm Eurocentric hegemony or Catholic supremacy, but it was also, in many ways, a way to question all habits of thought, and in the process of foreign encounters, to experiment a new form of transcultural universalism. And here, I am referring to Rubius' different works. We demonstrate that European modernity was now, at least in part, defined as a scientific, educational, and political project against Europeans' own religious and cultural heritage. And so this absorption of external sources, including Chinese sources in Europe, produce this kind of hybrid modernity in which we are still living today. So just a very short conclusion. After contact between us, denying me is denying you. What I mean is that as a result of Western learning going east in the 16th and 17th century, Chinese learning going west in the 17th and 18th century contributed to create hybrid modernity. But the hybrid nature of modernity escaped both Eurocentric 19th century European thinkers and Sinocentric 20th century Chinese thinkers, and both of them named Western something that was actually already hybrid. And so hybrid modernity was praised as European by Eurocentric scholars and was also mystically rejected or questioned as non-Chinese by Sinocentric 20th century scholars. And so my point here, final point, is that by rejecting as foreign something you have contributed to produce, for example, constitutionalism or even civil society, you are actually rejecting one part of yourself, one part of your own tradition. Okay, and so this is my final point. Thank you for your attention.
Steve, you're muted.
I should remember that. So thank you. Yes, so let's go to questions. And let me just call on the audience here to raise your hands if you, Chengchen. Oh, I'm sorry, that was just a hands up. Yes. So who would like to pose a question or comment to? Yes, Dinu.
I would just like to ask Jean-Yves if it is possible to find some confirmation for these points made by Abel-Rémusat also in the philosophy or in the take or in the approach around the Journal Asiatique. So perhaps there are some manifestos or some other points published in the early days that would kind of confirm your point, or perhaps, you know, take it in different directions. Have you checked, or is it possible for it to be there? Thank you. Please use your mic. Unmute your mic.
Yes, now you're muted, Jean-Yves.
Yeah. Sorry. So, which point of the discourse of Rémusat are you speaking about? When I spoke about is a critique of the notion of the Oriental, or is critique on the colonial enterprise? Which to which part do you refer to?
The first one. The first point you are making. Yeah? The
Okay.
idea of variety with regard to the Orient. Yeah? Because the philosophy of the Journal Asiatique was, as far as I know, to bring together all these differences, right? So is there any manifesto, or are other directions that connect in this concern?
Sorry, you mean in other Abel-Rémusat writing, or?
No, so Rémusat, together with his friends and part of his network, put together the Journal Asiatique, right? So obviously, and the journal came out with an agenda and came out with a certain. Can you find confirmation there? I'm just wondering. I don't know. So
actually, interesting point is that actually this 1814 paper, actually it was published without a name. It was anonymous, and it was it was later on published with a name with the publication later in the 1840s. Because it is assumed that it is because of the sensitivity of the topic at this moment. And so the peculiarity of Abel-Rémusat perspective on this issue, even if it should also be said that on the perspective of the critiques of the colonial enterprise, was not alone among the French scholars at this time, because just let me so it is also true that another French I would say traveler sinology to some extent, Chrétien Louis-Joseph de Guigne, So he wrote a book on his voyage, his travel to Peking. And here you have also this critique on the imperialist framework imposed by the British colony on Asia. And and this was published in 1808. 1808, so it was before Rémusat, and if you look at Victor Cousin rewriting on Hegel history of philosophy, actually most of the time we think that is simply a rephrasing, but actually there are small subtleties that actually at the end he almost says the contrary. So it's very different. So it's very interesting. So for example, he actually is using, okay, I cannot develop, but he's using a more Leibnizian paradigm than a Hegelian paradigm. So he's speaking in terms of envelopment. So he says that there is no real difference, Victor Cousin. So in his course, no real difference. It's just a difference in terms of envelopment and not in terms of nature. So you have, yeah.
Thanks. Well, thank you both for great presentations. I think in the interest of getting through this session, we might just move ahead to our next presenter, and I think there will be probably some overlap here too. So Martin, would you please take us into our next subject?
Yeah, I'll share my screen in a
Foreign
second.
concepts in 17th century Europe, meritocracy and the people.
Yeah, thank you, Steve and Zongqi, for allowing me to join this distinguished group. I've learned a great deal this morning already. Hang on. It's always, okay, share the desktop, but then I will need to a new share, which is, uh-oh. Hang on. There we go. Now you're seeing my notes right now?
No, we don't see them.
You don't see them, okay. So you don't see my notes, okay, good. I just have to rearrange the screen a little bit. Oops.
I think you muted yourself, Martin. I think, well, how come?
Oh, I muted myself. Okay. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
Yeah, I accidentally clicked the mute button as I was moving the screen. Sorry. So in my essay for this project, what I want to stress is how foreign Chinese political concepts were cognitively and epistemologically in the context of English political discourse of the 17th century. And I appreciated Angelo's use of maps. I want to point out the usefulness of pictures. Pictures are subject to decorum in the same way that a real social situation is. So, for example, what would have been offensive to Thomas Hobbes in a social situation would have been offensive to him in a picture, and that goes for Chinese pictures also. So here we have details from two images that attempt to visualize the polity with the monarch, with the people here all looking at the monarch, so we only see their backs, martial authority, military power, the land, the empire, and sovereignty in the sense of royal blood. Here we have Emperor Shenzong of the Tang. We have the military officials, the civil officials, the territory, the people. And the sovereignty in this case comes from the winning the hearts and minds of the people. So in this case, actually, this local official is actually upbraiding and scolding Emperor Shenzong for messing things up. And Shenzong apologizes to the people in this particular scene. It's a court painting dating to about the period of Song Gaozong. This notion of sovereignty would have been unimaginable to Hobbes, as you can imagine. Now, in 15 minutes, I won't have time to offer either evidence or arguments, which will be in the paper, of course. So instead, I'll focus on a problem that everyone in this conference faces, namely that looking back from the present, 17th century China looks more modern in some respects than did Europe at the time. Yet few people and academics recognize that this was the case. It becomes immediately obvious if you look at the types of paintings that were being produced. I think we all know that around 1700, or give or take, Europeans recognized many Chinese accomplishments as worthy of imitation, and some of these were mentioned earlier. Large, prosperous cities, large population. They would not have used the word statist, but they recognize economic stimulus policies, global demand for Chinese commodities, secular moral system, religious tolerance, thinking of Christian Wolff here, institutionalized checks and balances, special channels for popular policy critique, no aristocracy, merit-based appointment to government. Apart from those of us who specialize in the history of Europe-China relations, scarcely anyone is aware of these basic facts. I believe this is because some historians either ignore the evidence or explain it away with too specious arguments. And of course, some of it is related to what Jean-Yves was just speaking of as well. But one argument I hear is that Europeans never really acquired significant ideas from China. Whenever that seems to be the case, it is dismissed as an instance of a European projecting Western concepts onto China. And the second view is that Chinese materials contributed nothing essential. They simply added grist for some mills that already had plenty of European grist to work with. Both excuses fail the scratch test for two reasons. One is that translingual analysis shows that Europeans could not even comprehend many Western concepts, like public opinion, for example, when they first encountered them. The term gongyi appears quite frequently in the Songdai Mingchen Zhou Yi, but the Jesuits had a lot of difficulty translating that term, and many others as well. And secondly, the adoption of Chinese concepts was not simply a borrowing of one or two ideas. It required an epistemic shift, which took decades, if not an entire century, to accomplish. Let's start with the translingual part. One of the most difficult Chinese concepts for Europeans to grasp was that of merit-based political authority. Now, if we look at Sam Pufendorf, Baron Pufendorf's comments based on Johann Neuhoff's book on China, he puts Neuhoff in the footnotes frequently, and I believe they were personal friends. He noticed that in China, people of ordinary birth could be appointed to the highest places of honor, by which he meant bureaucratic rank, but he didn't have that term at the time. He concludes that nobility ought not to depend only upon the blood, but should much rather be raised and established upon virtue. Now, nobility in this passage refers to political authority. And it is clear that for Pufendorf, noble blood certainly is required, but along with service to the crown. In Europe, writers from Pufendorf and Lecomte to Abel-Rémusat in the late 18th century repeatedly expressed the powers of office in China as nobility, a term which fails to distinguish between social status and political authority. The Chinese term distinguishes very clearly. Political authority in Chinese, beginning already in classical bureaucratic theory in pre-Han times, is 职, 官职, 职责, 职能, which places the authority in the office rather than in the officer. Eventually, by the late 18th century, this notion begins to appear in a more modern sense of office in English language materials. Likewise, the people, as we'll see in a moment, in England refers primarily to the masses who are to be ruled. The king and aristocracy speak in place of the people, but not on their behalf. Whereas min means taxpayers, and their happiness and prosperity were officially the chief aim of government. We see that also very frequently in both Han and Song Zhouyi, and as well as in civil service preparation handbooks from Song times. And this actually comes into English language usage by the late 18th century in loan phrases like happiness of the people, hearts and minds of the people, gaining the hearts and minds of the people, and so on. And in public opinion, they just have a lot of trouble with that. Merit originally refers to the degree of honor one acquires by serving one's lord or obeying God's laws. Eventually, this term is applied to the translation of de, as in xian de, cai de. In the Chinese context, it means those qualities requisite for office: learning, intelligence, and ability, and dedication to the public welfare. By the late 18th century, this ends up being translated as talent and virtue, capacity and virtue, and so on. And this virtue, in the hands of, say, Rousseau or Jefferson, has a sense more like the Chinese. Virtue earlier had been conflated with nobility. Now, let's look at the people first. If we go back to the 16th century, Sir Thomas Smith refers to those people who are not members of the clergy or the nobility. These have no voice nor authority in our commonwealth, and no account is made of them, but only to be ruled. Notice that the term commonwealth does not include the people. Europeans conceived of the people, or the English at any rate, conceived of the people as a multitude external to matters of governance. Yet all the types of people listed here would have fallen under the rubric min in China at that time. Likewise, the monarch in England was considered to be infallible. Chinese laws and edicts, on the contrary, those that were translated, in fact, were routinely written on the understanding that both the emperor and officials make mistakes, which is why the Song established multiple formal channels for popular feedback, which continued into the Ming and Qing periods. The different understandings of the people are revealed clearly in early attempts to represent the role of the people in the polity, or to visualize that in pictures. And Hobbes defines citizens as subjects. He glosses citizen as subject, and so are they shown as completely dependent on the monarch for their actions. If the king moves, the people have to move. If the king doesn't move, the people cannot move. But we see the people are represented very differently here, each one different from the other, each one responding differently. Daniel Allen, who knows more about this than me, tells us that Hobbes rejects the claim that invocations of the authority of, say, the people of England have any meaning. The inhabitants of England are, in his view, just a disorganized multitude without status as a political actor. Of course, the levelers would have thought differently, but they had less impact on British government than Hobbes did. The detail on the left is from a painting illustrating the return of Emperor Huizong's corpse to the Song state and dating to Song Gaozong's period. Officials from the Jin state are shown on the left, representatives from the Song are shown on the right, and in the center, the most important part shows the people, the Min, who are there to witness this event and each to respond in his or her own way. There are both men and women, there are farmers, there are children, grandchildren. In this case, a woman makes her views known to her husband, presumably. Some of this may be a scholar over here, another man over here is making a point to him, and so on. Here is a passage from a Song Dynasty exam prep manual, which has many passages like this. It is only when the duties of office are matched to the practice of the promotion of life that one can know how to serve the people. If duties are disengaged from this, then all one knows is how to serve oneself. It makes it clear that both the emperor and the officials can be illegitimate, and the only legitimate government is one that serves the people properly. Of course, that didn't always happen, but that was the normative assumption. Ever since Aristotle's Politics, which was enormously influential in 17th and 18th century England, authority in Europe had been conceived as a substance conveyed through the blood. Substances can be ranked according to quality, such as gold, silver, or brass. In the same way, society can be ranked with the aristocracy at the top, followed by the nobility, then the craftsmen, and so on. Pufendorf, by the way, models his political theory on Aristotle. As Aristotle says, gold can only come from gold and brass from brass. That idea justified a caste system in which social rank was passed from one generation to the next. This meant that the average person, people of lower quality, and you all know that's the 18th century, 17th century meaning of quality, people of lower quality could never exercise political authority because they didn't have the right quality. Finally, since authority resided in substance, which was in the blood, political power was understood as personalistic. An aristocrat did not have to take an examination to demonstrate competence. Birth and an orthodox religion were sufficient, certainly in England. This meant that political power resided in the person, not in the office. So all this made it difficult for Europeans to translate properly those passages in the Chinese text that dealt specifically with notions like guanzhi. In China, the underlying metaphor for authority since classical bureaucratic theory was not a substance, but a tally. Mingshi Xiangfu dates back to Han times. This was also the basis for normative bureaucratic practice throughout the late imperial period. This passage from an early Han or perhaps pre-Han source says it nicely. When a man's actual performance is matched to the corresponding bureaucratic title, or zhizi, as you would say later, then affairs of state will settle themselves. Although each office had a charge specific to its role in government, all offices shared a common standard. And this is why the two concepts, merit-based authority and the people, are impossible to separate, because service to the people, certainly from sometimes onward, was the common standard for all the offices. Now you can see that in order to grasp the Chinese concept of the people, 17th century Englishmen would have to accomplish a major epistemic transformation. That would mean shifting from a substance-based concept of authority to a tally model. In the tally model, all that mattered was that the candidate be intelligent and learned, as well as dedicated to the public welfare. You didn't have to be noble. Perhaps for a European to grasp this would require abandoning over 2,000 years of political theory. Nonetheless, they did get their heads around it, but it took decades. Perhaps the earliest widely read text to introduce many of the basic concepts of Chinese political thought was Johann Neuhoff's account of his embassy to China, with the English edition appearing in 1669. Actually, I think there's an earlier one 2 years earlier. And in there, Neuhoff quotes the Yi-jing Emperor Xiao exhorted Shun to govern like a father and to remember he was made for the people and not the people for him. Well, in this passage, the English term the people acquires a sense entirely foreign to contemporaneous English political theory. The idea that the king had acquired his position for the purpose of serving the people and not the other way around would have been tantamount to sedition, say for James I or Charles I, and Hobbes would have found it most distasteful as well. By the early 18th century, the English free thinkers were in the habit of paraphrasing translated Chinese texts to support their radical reforms. In this case, they pose a complete reversal of the traditional English concept of sovereignty, which previously had been based on blood or substance. So you can see that they've turned around this passage from the book of history. The prince should regard himself as made for the people's protection, not the people for his pleasure. And that is a common sentiment in Chinese texts. You can find it in Liu Zongyan, for example, in his letter to Xue Congyi. He says something very similar. Now, the morals, most of you are familiar with this book, I suspect. The Morals of Confucius was a widely read text that provided summaries of key concepts from the Analects, the Mencius, the Great Learning, and other sources. It covered such topics that were novel for the time as separating public and private interest, appointing men who are capable and dedicated to the public interest, and the government's responsibility to foster the happiness of the people. It also stresses that the rational faculty was not limited to educated people, but should be cultivated within the entire population. That departs obviously from Aristotle, and Benjamin Franklin particularly noticed that feature and cited it in an article he published in 1736, I think in the Pennsylvania Gazette. In the morals, one of the leitmotifs is the notion that a legitimate government promotes the happiness of the people. So you find it frequently: a happy and flourishing empire, contribute rightly to govern and make them happy. They were the happiest people of the earth. They designed only to make them happy, and so on, all of which is roughly similar to any number of passages in Mencius, including Le Sui Zhong Shen Bao. Louis Lecomte, Li Ming, likewise made this a kind of leitmotif in his memoirs that gained the love and respect from all the people. Obviously, this is based on De Minxin. The emperor placed his happiness in nothing more than to procure it for his subjects, who has become the darling of the people, a reciprocal affection, beloved by the people, etc., etc. Now, these notions, which were already becoming familiar by the late 17th century, and which you can find hints of in Spectator in the early 18th century, were formally introduced to Frederick, Prince of Wales, in the preface, the translator's preface to the Brooks edition of the Dual volumes, 1736, in which this notion is introduced to the Crown Prince as something which obviously is not familiar to him, although they say, in order to keep their heads on their shoulders, they say, well, of course, you will have long known this. The prince had always known this. I'm sure he has. That's why we have to explain to you that the chiefest glory of the prince is to reign in the hearts of his subjects, De Minxin. Abel-Rémusat picks this up in 1749 and uses the notion as the standard for a proper republic. And in doing so, totally changes the concept of what a republic is. Before that, a republic was basically an aristocracy. In fact, Count de Catteneo, an admirer of Montesquieu, basically glosses republic as an aristocracy in his writings. But here, it's not an aristocracy anymore. On the contrary, a republic is a polity which takes the people, the acceptance of the people as its primary measure of legitimacy. Rousseau picks this up possibly from Renan. According to Jonathan Israel, Renan remained the most influential radical writer through the end of the 18th century, just in terms of his reach, his audience. And both Thomas Paine and Thomas Jefferson regarded the people's happiness as the only legitimate end of government, where the people includes farmers, merchants, and craftsmen. It is important to recognize that such an idea was anathema to the entire Aristotelian tradition, as well as mainstream British political theory in early modern times. The idea was not simply unpalatable, it was unthinkable, because the traditional European concept of authority was based on substance. The basis for authority was ontological, which is to say, racial. The ontological theory of authority led to a master narrative in which the privileges of the aristocracy did not require justification. And this is obvious from the opening chapters in Aristotle's Politics. He never really justifies the use of authority. He just says some people are born to rule and some are born to be ruled. The people owed allegiance to the king, but the king really owed very little to them. Now, what you might call the Sino-Rousseauian populist model, which was a tally model, took visual form in this print of the imperial plowing ceremony by Nicolas Cauchon. I believe it's dated 1780, which is actually one of the earliest prints I know of which attempts to represent the people. I believe these are the people back here. So here we have the emperor, we have civil officials, I believe there are military officials over here, and the people are back here. It's based on actually a translation of the Han Dynasty text in Duald, which mentions the people coming to witness the ceremony. So, this plowing ceremony was discussed in the works of Etienne du Silhouette, who saw the plowing ceremony as emblematic of a range of Chinese status measures such as economic stimulus policies, channels for popular complaint, and interest-free loans to needy farmers. This is all part of the tally model, because in order for the official to be legitimate in what he is doing, he has to serve the people. There has to be a match between the official charge and policy. And Silhouette published these views in the 30s and again in the 60s. Now, as late as 1929, when the current design for the Supreme Court building in Washington, D.C. was approved, it apparently seemed natural for Confucius to appear in its tympanum alongside the lawmakers Solon and Moses. You can see Moses is in the center here with his tablets. This is Solon, the semi-legendary Greek lawmaker, and Confucius on the right hand of Moses. Possibly someone had done their homework. I have yet to discover why that allegory was chosen. To our generation, Confucius' presence on that building would seem most unnatural due to the rise of right-wing populist anti-American movements within the US. Let us hope that projects like this one can help to restore some balance and historical perspective to the way that China can be imagined around the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Marty. I'm actually going to ask if we can move first to the next presentation, since we're running a bit short on time.
Yep.
We're already at 2 minutes till our scheduled end time. So if we can have our next presentation now, then we'll have a Q&A for both of these presentations, and anything else at the end of the session. So Martin Ekstrom will present on phantasmic representations of China and Chinese in 18th century sinology, and Benedictus Svenonius's critique of the sinographic imaginary. So Martin, please take it away.
Good, unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. I have a brand new computer, but apparently when I hook it up to my large screen in my office, it mutes my voice. Anyway, Hello, everyone. As Steve informed you, my name is Martin Svensson Ekström. I'm an associate professor of Chinese at the University of Gothenburg, and I mostly do early Chinese poetry and comparative poetry and poetics. But I also nurture an interest in the early history of European and Swedish sonology, and that's what I'm going to talk about today, or I will try to say something interesting, hopefully. Let me see here. Here I am. Okay, my talk isn't all that long, so I hope you will bear with me for a quarter of an hour. This will be a rather dry, perhaps even dull presentation, but I hope if there is time, there will be some levity toward the end. My point of departure is the year 1748 and the month of January of that year. In January of 1948, a man called Benedictus Laurentii Svenonius, or Bengt Larsson in plain Swedish. He presented a dissertation by the name of De Prerogativis Imaginaries Lingua Kinensium, which translates roughly as a dissertation on the imaginary advantages of the language or the tongue of the Chinese. And as you can see here, the title page of that dissertation. As we can gather from this title, Svenonius's view of Chinese culture and the Chinese language, or the Chinese system, the Chinese language system, was not particularly favorable, in stark contrast to his sonological or proto-sonological predecessors, whose names were Jonas Lockneus, Erik Roland, Olavus Henning, and Carl Gustav Schröder. I will show these names here. So what I will do, to first give an overview of the scholarship on China in Sweden between 1694, when the first dissertation, this one, the Muru Sinensis, was published or defended or presented to the University of Uppsala, and 1848, when Svenonius presents his dissertation. I will describe very briefly who these people were and why they chose, to the extent that we can gather information on that topic, why they chose to write on China and things Chinese. And I will then try to say something about the logic of the word concept imaginarius, which is used by Svenonius. The first account, the first printed account of China and the Chinese in Swedish is from 1660. And I will only quote this as a reference to what I will say later on. This is by a guy called Nils Mattsson Köping. Mattsson is the patronym. Nils is the first name, of course, and Köping is the adopted surname. This guy was the son of a priest and a ship's captain who went to China, I suppose in the 1650s or 60s, and wrote a manuscript which was published and which is called approximately Short Notes on 3 Voyages to Africa, Asia, and other heathen countries. And in this manuscript, the inhabitants of China are praised for their kindness, their wisdom, and their erudition. And this very positive view of China was to be the model for Swedish descriptions of China for a long time to come. And apart from Svenonius's dissertation, there were 4 other dissertations on China presented between 1694 and 1748. The first one was by a person called Jonas Lockneus. He wrote a dissertation on the Chinese wall, the Muro Sinensis. And at this time, there were 2 universities in Sweden. There was the University of Uppsala, approximately 100 kilometers north of Stockholm, and there was the University of Lund in southern Sweden, much closer to Denmark and to Copenhagen. There was no university in Gothenburg. In 1697, the second dissertation on China was published. It was by a person called Eric Roland. He was later given a knighthood, or he was ennobled, or whatever you will call it. And he added the von affix to his name, Eric von Roland. He wrote a dissertation, also a very descriptive one rather than analytical or intellectual or whatever one might call it, called On the Great Empire of the Chinese. At this point, it is hard to know who actually wrote the dissertation. Was it the student himself, or was it the professor who presided over the disputatio, the thesis defense? In some cases, it's clear that the dissertation was written by the presiding professor, the priestess. In other cases, it's clear that it was written by the student. In this case, it's not very clear. It might have been a collaboration between the two. Anyway, the priestess was a person called a very influential professor and poet at this time, Petrus Lagerlöf, who lived from 1648 to 1699, a professor of poetics at the University of Uppsala. Again, it presents a very positive view of China. It is a description of the magnificent state of China, its provinces, its neighbors, and its administration. Then there is a jump to 1710 when a person called Olaus Hanning presents an academic exercise. I will, for the sake of saving some time, I will only read my translation. Academic exercise, briefly describing the Chinese philosopher Confucius. So the person or the persona of Confucius enters the academic discourse at this point. Again, a very positive picture of China and Confucius. Confucius is portrayed in not unlike Leibniz's versions of Confucius as a sage who has a lot to learn us Europeans. Then there is a jump to, and not only a jump in time, but also a jump from Uppsala University to Lund University. And this may or may not be significant. In any case, in 1737, a person called Carl Gustav Schröder, who is incidentally, as we will find out, a relative of Hanning's, puts forward dissertation which he calls a historical philosophical dissertation examining the analysis of the Chinese philosophers Confucius by the very distinguished Christian Wolff. So this is it's interesting to the extent that it's a negative it presents a negative view of Confucius, but mostly and more importantly of Wolf. And the priest is a professor of theology by the name of Nicolas Lagerlöf, who is incidentally, you will get the picture here, and I think it's quite correct, of Sweden as a very small country and a rather inbred country. He is the nephew of this person. Oh, I forgot to say that the priest of Hanning's dissertation was a professor, also a professor of linguistics in Uppsala by the name of Olavus Celsius. And Celsius's nephew, I think, or nephew's son, I think it was the nephew, was the famous Anders Celsius, the person who came up with the Celsius scale. So again, you can see, and Celsius and Anders Celsius was a cousin of Carl Linnaeus. So again, you can see that the academic world was rather small at this time. Then comes Svenonius's dissertation in 1748, also a negative portrayal of China. As Jean-Yves pointed out, there is a trend, there is a switch between sinophilia and sinophobia. But that tends to come, I think, in Europe a bit later. But here we evidently in 1737 and 1748 have two dissertations portraying China as in a negative fashion. Then this is something that I throw in for reference. In Uppsala in 1711, another person who is not a sinologist but is also a student of Celsius's presents a thesis or dissertation that has a title that reminds us very acutely of Svenonius's dissertation. It's a dissertation on the advantages of the Swedish language, and it praises the Swedish language as the primeval language, as the preferred language for poetry and science and so on. So it's definitely a part of Sweden, the Swedish grand, the notion of Sweden as a grand empire. Yeah. I'm looking over this to see what I can skip here. We can have a short look at Roland's dissertation. As you see here, just to give you a view of or an impression of what a thesis or dissertation was in those times. It begins with these very fawning praises to counts and princes, in this case to a count called Carolus Bunde, and then comes various praises of the student, Ericus Roland. This is written by another professor, Hemming Forelius, who says in Latin here, at what point will you leave patria, apatria. When will you leave our sacred fatherland for the strange land of China? So obviously this is obviously some kind of conspicuous consumption or cultural display of cultural capital. And my point is to make a shortcut here. My point is that even though I sometimes speak of a sinological or a proto-sinological tradition in 18th century Sweden, I don't think that that was the case. I think that the reason that most students that we meet in or come across in these dissertations, the reason they chose China as a topic was not because of some kind of intellectual interest, but rather because their professors were interested in keeping abreast with what was published in Europe. So they designated a student. This is speculation from my side, but this is the impression that I get. They designated some student to read up on the current literature of on China and things Chinese, and then write up a dissertation. Again, these are not they're not particularly analytical, but rather very learned summaries of other people's scholarship. And my conclusion that there is no real sinological tradition until at least the 19th century, or not only in the 18th century, 17th, 19th century, there would be some kind of real sinological analysis going on in the Swedish universities. There are two things that might be quoted here to support that. First, the Swedish East Asian Company was founded here in Gothenburg, incidentally, in 1731. And at this point, the Swedish merchants were very isolated and marginal in China. So it's hard to see that the reason that anyone would choose to write about China would be to further their careers as merchants. And again, I will skip large parts of my manuscript here. What I try to demonstrate is that, or to show, is that no one of these five dissertations were written by a person who actually went to China. Svenonius is the main exception, because he had been a ship's priest, a ship's priest on ships going to Canton in service of the Swedish East Asian Company. And I know that I'm running late here, but just to conclude by saying a few words about Svenonius. He is slightly different. He differs from the other people who wrote on China, because the other people came from rather academic milieus, whereas Svenonius was the son of a farmer. And as I said before, he had been to China, and in the jargon of psychoanalysis, he had traversed the fantasy, so to speak. He was not fantasizing about China, but he had actually experienced China. So it's all the more interesting and disconcerting that he comes up with such a distorted view of China and the Chinese language. Yeah, I think my analysis would be it would take us too far to go into my analysis here. What he does is that he points out that both written and spoken Chinese are ineffective. Spoken Chinese is exemplified by a very curious example. We can have a look at his dissertation here. Just one moment here. To exemplify how spoken Chinese works, he takes this curious example of if you repeat the syllable ba in different tones, you will get a nonsensical meaning. And this example is very revealing, because the meaning that he ascribes to this row of syllables is 3 ladies whipped the concubine because she had, let me see, I have a translation here, because she had glued together the silk with dregs. So what Svenonius does here, what he's doing here is that he's trying to point out, to demonstrate how spoken Chinese inevitably will slip into nonsense, which of course it's a completely bizarre example to choose for someone who has actually been to China and who obviously have witnessed how Chinese people can communicate and trade with each other. So that is one very good example of Svenonius's phantasmatic view of the Chinese language and China as a culture. It's not that there is anything factually wrong with this example. It's just that it completely misrepresents what Chinese, how Chinese works. And the other one, and this will be my last example here. The other example that he takes is from written Chinese, and these are some of the first characters, Chinese characters, printed in a Swedish book, and this is a representation of the word, a Chinese representation of the word, or the name rather, couplet, the name of the famous sinologist and Jesuit scholar. Gu Bai Lei De, the lower part of this character has been chopped off, obviously. And Svenonius's point is that the Chinese language, the Chinese written language, is so unpractical that you cannot even represent European words without getting this very, again, an access of meaning of that makes Chinese degenerate into nonsense. And the meaning of this, Svenonius points out, is nonsensical, corroborating 100-rib virtue. Just random words pieced together in order to be able to represent a European word or a European name.
You're muted.
Sorry. What makes Svenonius's dissertation worth reading is that, and possibly also the start of a sinological discourse in China, a critical sinological discourse in China, is that he himself describes the work of his predecessors by the term imaginarius. So he critiques the tendency to dream about China rather than to factually investigate China. But then, of course, the main paradox is that he himself, even though he has witnessed China, he comes up with these very absurd fantasies. And I said something about levity at the beginning of my presentation. I wanted to show you, but I won't, of course, an excerpt from the third season of the comedy series Louis C.K., in which he goes to China, or he dreams about going to China. And I can give you a link to that clip. And I think that it's not a coincidence that Louis C.K., or the person that he depicts in this series, that he dreams or fantasizes about going to China after having experienced a major trauma, and I think that this clip will it is founded on a fantasy of China that you can find also in 18th century Sweden. Thank you very much for your patience. My voice is giving up. Thank you. Steve, are you?
You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you all for sticking with us over time. Appreciate it. And I hope that we can still stick around for a few questions from these last couple of presentations. So the floor is everyone's. Martin, if you could unshare your screen, we can go to.
I don't know why it keeps on.
Let's see if I can do it. I'm not sure if
for how long was I muted?
It's
not long.
Okay.
Let's see.
It's at the top.
Right.
It'll say unshare.
Yes.
There we go. Yeah. Great. So again, thanks to all for great presentations this morning and evening. It's now 2 o'clock in the morning where I am, but that's okay. So, questions and comments. We've heard a lot about sinophobia in these last few presentations, or simply sino-ignorance, maybe we can call it.
I wonder if I might pose a question to my learned colleagues, because I'm not, which has to do with Hegel. I know many of you know a good deal more about Hegel and Rémusat than me. And it has occurred to me that in Voltaire's philosophy of history, he deals with different national traditions and he kind of ranks them, and China's at the very top, actually. Because China, is not given to superstition and allegory and so on, at least not the scholars, they're the literati. It seems to me that Hegel reverses that. He just turns it on its head. And I'm wondering, has anyone looked at, or do you know of anyone who's looked at the possible relationship between Voltaire's philosophy of history and Hegel's? If not, that's fine.
Sorry, you said between Hegel and whom? Voltaire?
Voltaire.
Oh. Voltaire, okay, yes.
Yeah, philosophy of history in both cases.
Yeah. Yeah, actually for Voltaire, I mean, because for Voltaire, I'm not sure about, can say, philosophy, because there is not so much this kind of, overarching framework than you have in Hegel. But that's true that there is a big shift from the Voltaire perception to the Hegel perception, and this shift is linked to very many different reasons, and in the perception of Chinese culture, especially also in the interaction between French culture and German culture in the beginning of the 19th century. So actually, I wrote some things about that. So most of the perception of negative perception of German idealist philosopher Kant, Herder, Hegel, and even if they have a very different conceptual background, and is also linked to the rejection of what was called French Enlightenment by German Romantic philosopher in the beginning of the 18th century, and with a large scope of the discussion between French Catholicism and German Protestantism, also in reaction on Napoleon intrusion in Germany, and also in relation to the fact that the German idealism was also linked to the movement of rediscovery of cultural folk culture in Germany. And so you have this a lot of different things that intersect with simply the appreciation of China in itself in this shift from the French Voltaire to German Hegel perception of China. And it's true also that Voltaire conception was more focused on one aspect, as you say, like the link to superstition, and he actually, I will say, needed the China example also in order to confront to the bigotry of his time, and but for the Hegel point of view, it was more kind of evolutive, really evolutive, and kind of framework of history and historicist, and with the limits also of historicism. And so, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
no, that helps. Thank you very much, Jean-Yves. Certainly, Voltaire is not historicist. He uses history to characterize the different nations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions and comments?
So regarding what my Swedish colleague just speak about, so it seems that it is a general case of what we call Orientalist linguisticism, what you are speaking about.
So, sorry, once again, please.
I mean, Orientalist linguisticism. Yeah. So I didn't know about this Swedish exemplification of this, I will say, because the discourse on the merits and limits of Chinese language is in itself a very important part of the reception of Chinese culture. And you have also here a shift and an evolution. But what is interesting is that you can find also traces of its linguistic Orientalism in very, I would say, more contemporary sinologists. If I look in France, for example, if you look at Granet, the way he say also that cannot convey, there is this famous paper of Granet when he says that Chinese speaking cannot convey philosophical meaning. And so there is this, it's a long trend. And so actually there is this, way of looking to this kind of linguistic Orientalism. Generally has two aspects: the fact that Chinese language cannot express conceptual ideas, and at the same time the fact that for this very reason it is also can be also very apt to express political feelings, which is actually the two parts of the same Orientalist perception of language, the positive one and the negative one, but they are linked to the same, actually to the same roots. And so, for example, at the same time, you have in the early 20th century, so you have Ezra Pound and Fenolizena, which says, okay, it is naturally conducive to poetry, and at the same time says people saying that, okay, it is because of this language that you couldn't have science and philosophy. So I mean, but both are, I will say, kind of Orientalistic interpretation of linguistic specificity, with the dichotomy between reason and feeling, between science and poetry, which is imposed on the perception of language. And so it seems to be part of this larger history. Yes, I don't know.
Yes. I mean, but one thing that I didn't have the time to
yeah, sorry.
report. Am I mute? No, I'm not mute. Good. Both Svenonius and Schröder, who both wrote a dissertation at the University of Lund, the reason they attack China and Confucius is also because they are deeply Christian, and they want to. They are offended by this Christian Wolff's appraisal of Confucius as a non-religious thinker. So that is a major part as well. And also, I think that the other link from Svenonius goes back to this other dissertation that was written about the Swedish language, which has a very similar title, in 1711. So obviously there is also kind of nationalistic discourse in which Swedish, absurdly enough, is described as the primeval language that is the only one fitting for poetry and so on. So there is a lot of insanity going on in this discourse. But what is so interesting, I think, is that Svenonius again had been to China and must have. I mean, he was obviously an intelligent person. He must have realized that people could converse with each other and trade with each other and so on. And yet he comes up with these very absurd examples of how Chinese, both written Chinese and spoken Chinese, do not work. But I totally agree. Pound has this very, Ezra Pound has a similar myopic view of the Chinese language, which yeah.
Dinu, you had your hand raised a minute ago.
I did indeed, but it was a very quick question to Martin. I was wondering. I noticed that Svenonius quotes Kircher and several other people before him, and I was wondering if the list includes, by any chance, José de Acosta, the missionary at the end of the 16th century with the national and moral history of the Indies. Does it get in any sense mentioned, I wonder?
I'll look it up, but not that I know.
And the reason I'm asking is that in Acosta, you have this particular point about the inability of Chinese writing to actually represent foreign sounds and how much actually this is a token of its backwardness, right? I would be curious, because obviously what Svenonius did go to China, he does use a lot of backing, right? References from what I saw, right? I noticed Bayer's name. I think he mentioned Kircher, of course, and there were several others, Menzel, I think, yeah. So quite a few. And I was wondering if by any chance this would have been on his reading list, because it would be interesting to know how exactly he came up with such an idea. And the only thing that comes to my mind is this connection to Acosta.
Yes.
Okay, that was it. Nothing.
But that is probably more probably true and the most likely scenario, because I think he borrowed, like most people who wrote these dissertations, he must have borrowed a lot of his ideas. So obviously to present a dissertation was not to prove yourself an original thinker, but rather to prove that you had done your homework.
When it comes to China bashing in this period, 17th, 18th century, I think there are two other factors we can consider. One is just jealousy. Lecomte, for example, complains that, at that time, most European countries had a trade deficit to China because they were importing so much tea and porcelain. And Lecomte says, well, the only reason the Chinese invented tea is to cover the taste of their foul water. So we have sour grapes, right? And we should not underestimate the impact of that. A second one is a Bloomian anxiety of influence. When you get to the late 18th century and Europeans are adopting all these core Chinese concepts, which they didn't have originally, ironically, there's a need to cover that up. I think that's part of what's going on with Hegel. And so you have to put them down. And then the third, which becomes important beginning with Montesquieu, or maybe a bit earlier, and that is that China's political system represented a very real threat to aristocracies. And so it was important to attack and discredit the Chinese system so as to protect aristocratic privileges. And you can read The Spirit of the Laws, the whole thing with that in mind. I mean, it's like one long argument, basically justifying aristocracy by dumping on China. So I think those are also factors, apart from the fact that some of these people, their Chinese must have been pretty bad, I suspect.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's a very good point. One of my more psychoanalytical analysis of Svenonius is that he, and this of course is pure speculation, is that he uses his vision of China as a phantasmatic screen to protect him precisely from what you're describing, namely the humiliation that he suffered and his fellow Swedes suffered in Canton, because they were obviously inferior in status to the Chinese, and also as a shield to protect him against the fallen empire, the fallen Swedish Empire. The Swedish Empire crumbles between 1711 and 1720, approximately. So it falls it goes from having been a major actor in Northern Europe to becoming once again a very small marginal country at the end of the world, so to speak. So yeah, I would tend to agree with that. And my point with the Louis C.K. segment was that he, in a similar way, uses China as a protective shield, as a phantasmatic shield against this trauma that he has just experienced when his lover died. And he go, well, it makes more sense if you see the segment.
Other comments? Questions? Yeah, Minghui.
Yeah, I am fascinated by the first presentation by Angelo. So it so happened that I was reading Jordan Branch's book called The Cartographic State. So I like to run something by Angelo and see what you think about this. So Branch's argument is very simple, right? So there was in the 17th century, I'm sorry, in the 16th century, there was a dramatic shift from the medieval Mapamundi to a more quantitative and geometric representation of the landscape or the globe in general. So the Mapamundi was more like story-based. It always has text with it. So it was not merely a cartographic representation. It has stories with it. And the shift into the 17th century for making maps became very useful for the state, because now it has become a tool to measure the size, the scale of the territory. So with that said, I am also struck by the fact that when Matteo Ricci introduced his world map to China, it was very much in the traditions of Mapamundi and the storytelling with the text. But by the 18th century, when the French Jesuits introduced that kind of mapping or surveying techniques to China, it was also very much in the traditions of the accuracy and mapping the location of the surface of the planet with the measurement of the latitudes and longitudes of each location. So in terms of making maps, it was clearly a drastic shift in the 16th century. But in your presentation, I understand it as a development and a continuity of building a linguistic map globally by the Iberian Empire. So I wonder what's your take on that?
We can't hear you, Angela. Did you hear the question, Angela? I don't know if you did or not. Angela, did you hear Minghui's question? Maybe you can't hear me. Oh, there he goes. No? Sorry, Minghui, I guess he's not hearing you.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe we'll hold it then. I don't know. Let me deal with it now. Well, one thing that struck me in listening to a lot of these presentations is the role of the missionary. I mean, that was certainly a common thread from the beginning all the way, I think, to the end, and of course, of Christianity, and particularly in Dinu's and Jean-Yves' presentations, this almost railing, particularly with Abel-Rémusat, at the narrowness of the Jesuits. And yet, from what we heard of the discourse on Xiao, very much runs counter, I think, to a lot of what the work that the Jesuits did, and in Marty's presentation too. I think, this discourse on rights and other things, political changes, were really founded on the work that the Jesuits had done in translating and introducing these concepts to the Western world. So I'm wondering how much we're going to be following this thread tomorrow, because we're moving more into the 20th century, but it'll be interesting to see how much of this, some of the ideas that we've been looking at today will carry over into the 20th century. Well, we've had a long day, so I guess we can call it a night, for me anyway, or an afternoon for some of you. So we're looking forward to tomorrow's presentations. And in the meantime, thank you very much. Thank you all for great talks and discussion. So we'll be continuing in 20 hours or so from now. So thank you. Thank you all. Thanks for sticking with us too. It's been a long session.